Well, greetings, travelers. It's me, Kevin C, here at Action Fans Gaming, home from work early yet again. So I've got some spare time. It's 4:20. It's nip nip time. Welcome to the stream. I hope whatever time of day it is for you, whatever it is you're doing at this moment, well, I hope it's going good. We've been doing a lot of screens lately, and this morning I had an idea. And this afternoon, right this moment, actually right before I started this stream, I figured it out. Oops, not that though. Although it does not like to snap back into this position, which is really funny to me. But we're going to try anyway. Oh, hey. But I'm going to show you how I did this. And hopefully that'll help you if you decide you want to make one. Just put my floor back in, I think. I'll know in a second, actually. Looks like it. I'm going to reload, and then I'm going to start fresh, just so we can see what happens here. I'm also kind of half watching the Studio 16 monthly talk show with DG. And Beeble, and Nelladoodle is on today. But if we look at this is lined up bloody perfect. So for a curved screen, for an extended screen, I think this will work very well. Haven't figured out the poster part of it. We're going to hit R&D shortly. But I also think I need to make a specific circle. And at least with the screen portion, if I can get the blocks and the posters flat, we should have a really good version of this. And the cool thing is, you can actually do, I think we might even do a front and a back, you know. Now the hard part about this is some collision issues I was noticing in terms of how to put it in, and you do have to kind of go from, you know, one side to the other. Because once you put the two side ones in, there's a huge collision bubble, and you can't even get between the space to draw your tethered wire into. So now the only other thing I got to figure out. So we do have our tether points already set up here. I could figure this out because I figured I was going to build kind of a, I don't know, maybe a control room or something. This is really tight, but I think, excuse me, we'll do some experimenting with how wide we can go. But I think this is, in terms of getting, you know, the cleanest look, I think this might be the best way to do it at this point. All right, let's head over to our R&D. Well, I'm sure we'll swing back into the city. But yeah, I'm guessing nobody is here and won't be here until they're done. And I would actually recommend going over there, finishing that up, and then come and hang out. Unless, you know, you got something else to do, which I totally understand. But this is always a great time over at Beeblebum's channel here, Studio 16 monthly talk show with DG Squared. And again, just to kind of repeat, I believe it is Nelladoodle, Community Spotlight. And that would be for today, July 14th, a Thursday. So if you're catching this later, you can go to Beeble's and rewatch it because they're always a good time. Good community members, really good people. Some awesome travelers and some really awesome builders as well. And this was the part I was waiting for, was the base build. But, or the base tour, I want to know this bases. But what we're going to do here is, oh my goodness, we're going to get up and stretch. But we haphazardly finally kind of put a case around the, I got to straighten out that right side there. But I kind of haphazardly put a casing around the Jumbotron so I could just get it out there so people could see it. But at least it's funny, I'm sitting here on stream, it's taking me forever to figure something out. I'm by myself last night, about 10-15 minutes before I'm ready to go to bed. And all of a sudden I got hit with an idea. And I was like, wait a minute, I think I could, blah, blah, blah. And it worked well enough. I'm still in the thought process of maybe breaking this one down and redoing it a little bit better, because I don't like that big chunky part at the bottom. I'd rather have it be a little bit more, and I got some issues I noticed on the right side in terms of height with some of the parts. So I got to look into that. Or it's going to be off and it's going to drive me nuts. Or I'll hide it in some fashion. And quite honestly, nobody's ever really going to see it anyway. So I don't really have to worry. But I am happy to say, at least at this point, and I think I know exactly how to do it for the next, which actually may help me with this. So we're going to head on over to R&D. But I think I may have found my reference point. At least for the new curved, the extendo screen. So the extendo screen is actually now screen perfect. But I do want to see, what I can get away with. I mean, manually you're going to be able to kind of extend things out a little bit better and a little bit different. But I think this manual kind of way, or this, why am I going in here? I don't need to go in here. But this tethered version is, I keep running to the area that I know, requires some stuff. So we're going to head over to R&D and we're going to mess around a little bit. See if we can't figure the entirety out where I should put the block, in order to have the light panel and the poster. Poster needs to be made on the light panel. That is, I think, a key. So we're going to have to figure out, where to end all of that so that everything ends. Because if I snap in the screen, that means now I need to find the spot where, the poster and the light are going to sit so that we're not poking out. But I think that we've already kind of gotten close with that. And there's basically only kind of two positions that we're going to need to try. One starting from a central point, and then another one starting from another point. My brain is dead right now. But yeah, so this one here is manually placed, and it's a bit wider and longer than the one we just had. So I need to figure out if it's where I'm working in with the circumference, distance, but and then obviously that will change reference points. But I'm curious to see how far maybe I can pull this back, or how far we can go off to the sides in order to get something that has a bit more of an extension like this one, right? Like this one seems like it's got, the one we just looked at, the central screen looked a little bit smaller. It looked more You know, almost like we're going to cut off a good percentage of this picture here. But we'll take a look and we'll see, because we can actually probably finagle that with, you know, the posters themselves. I'm hoping that when they're done with the cafe thing, which, by the way, if you haven't been there yet, get there now, because they're about to tour one of Nella Dudo's builds. That should be neat. Oh, excuse me. Oh, wow, yeah, beautiful. Yeah, she did a beautiful job on that. Love the ceiling. Yeah, head on over there for a little bit. Check that out. Check out what she's got built. It's really neat. Very pretty. But so I think the snapped version, you know, this corner is a little tighter. You know, everything's a little bit tighter. So we're going to look into that. So we need to we need to build a circle, and we're actually, you know what, we're going to start fresh here. We don't this was our experiment. And actually, you know where we can go? I know right where we can go. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave that. Son of a gun. Pardon me. I'm like, wait a minute, I can leave that. There's not a lot of parts on this build. Although, parts I use here are going to affect my city, so I should actually just delete it, but we're not going to at the moment. I want to keep it for reference. Just for the screen length, the width. But again, I would recommend checking out Beeblebug's channel right now and checking out this really neat build. Got some great patterns in a. I mean, it's a circle, you know. I mean, but you know, every time it's done, it seems to be different in how somebody does their thing, you know. And that's what I really dig about this. You know, it's such a different art form. Atlas myself, what's going on? Himself. There we go. Okay. So, unfortunately, we got to now head back over to. We're gonna fix this one. I think we're gonna. I think I have a tether method now for the screen portion. Now I just gotta figure out where to put my my light and poster and how to get that in, you know, into this similar area. Which I'm wondering. I could probably tether. Oh yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting every time I. There we go. This random light I have there and random wires. I know why this one's here. This is for, and actually, you know, we're going to keep that because I could use that actually. I'm like, wait a minute. I know what that wire's for. I'm keeping it. And again, I come in here like for no reason. I'm like, because I know that's the last, you know, the next area I need to work on. So I keep running over there. You know, when I'm not on stream, I'll run over there, look in there, go, okay, you know, what can I do in here? Oh, wait. Yeah, that light, how she used the wooden glass dome, as part of her ceiling is really, really pretty. Did a really good job on that. Actually, I need to cover it.
I need to go and build something else. But yeah, it's really cool. I like, yeah, I also like the top as well. The top's kind of. So the first level is the overlapping glass. I'm like, my poor gig is so useless because being a creative gig that hasn't had much time, it's only like 12 hours on it. So yes, of course, I need jetpack.
All right, now we're back here again. Oh, almost dropped my phone. Got like 4 things going on here. Trying to build, trying to turn an eye over there and look at that. All right, so we do have a circle already built, so we can not have to waste time. Although, yeah, you know what? Perfect. It's actually a really good spot. Bingo bango. All right, so is this where's okay? Oh no, it's not. I do have to build a new circle. I apologize. My bad, if you will. Let's use this platform down here for now. And actually, you know, yeah, I do need to keep that for some reference. The things I've been saying for years. Alright, so we're gonna move some stuff around here. Just so we have it kicking about. And basically setting up my palette right now. You know, all the things I'm gonna need. Wow, a lot of stuff goes into making one of these, apparently. Alright. I think we got our palette. Okay, now we gotta make a circle. We've made a few of these. Hardica, say, I can, but just so you are aware, I'll do it for you live. I don't mind. I really don't. I always need breaks. But I did do it in the near beginning of my stream. Then I got distracted for a moment and then finished it up. But I can show you real quick. Yeah, just let me get my circle going, and then I'll show you super quick. It's super easy. And thank you for coming in. Good to see all you. Yeah, Flock, what's going on? Thank you guys. And by the way, again, I know you're here, but Beeble is and DG and now of course I forgot. Damn it, not Lily Hop, but Nelladoodle. There we go. Are on doing the Studio 16 monthly talk show with DG Squared and a community highlight, and they're currently at one of her builds, which is a nice. There's some really cool circular patterns. And she did this thing with the wooden glass dome. Just used the triangle portion of it. Really, really pretty. Very well done. All right, I'm making a circle, which is, well, you've seen it. That's why I'm suggesting for right now, while they're at her base, you might want to go look at that for a minute, and then swing on back here. But for now, you might want to go take a peek at that, because right now I just got to put the circle together so I can get my circumference for the screen. And, you know, we're going to try some tethering here. And hopefully this is going to make making these screens a little bit easier for people instead of, you know, because nobody's going to be crazy obsessive about, you know, manually putting this stuff in, right? I know. I mean, I barely want to do it. So, you know, I've been trying to find an easier method so that people can make these if they want, you know. I mean, people seem to like them. And I am always happy to share my wacky designs for anybody who might be interested. Because, you know, there are times, and I do this all the time, I've said it a bazillion times, and I'll probably say it a bazillion more. which is a fictitious number, but uh, you know, I go to other, you know, I look at other people's builds for inspiration all the time. I'm like, ooh, that's a really neat idea. Like, let me try and figure out a way I can do it, you know, but change it, you know, make it, you know, make it my own thing. One, and two. But yeah, if like I'm saying, I'm just building a circle. If you want, right now on Beeblebum's channel, Studio 16 monthly talk show with DG Squared. They're touring one of Nella Doodle's builds. It's very, very pretty. So I'm glad you're all here. Thank you for coming in and hanging out and watching me be a goofball. All right. Almost done here with the circulars. Another circle. But I need to make this so I can get a, you know, a couple different circumference. Try a couple of different reference points.
I think actually, having taken, I think I took out 200 pieces here and that kind of stilling that was not saved. And then I put in,
That's why I was like, while I'm making this, because we've all seen this, why not go check out a circle that's completed that looks really pretty? Instead of me just needing parts of it. To do what I'm doing. Okay, where's my save button? Here, up here somewhere. So what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to find a neat way to make this. Instead of my sloppy version here, right? Which is just, it was me, you know, and Wildberry had the same idea, which was awesome. And I'm sure somebody else out there has had the same idea, you know, either with the original screen that I did or, you know, once, you know, they made the, you know, once they made the, you know, the first version, they probably thought, well, what if I could, you know, and F-Lock, honestly, I'm burnt out. Not with this, but with, you know, just kind of physically and mentally, I'm just a little burnt out. This has been keeping me going. It's like, if, you know, this is my guitar, and I suck at guitar. I need to take some lessons at some point. I'm at a plateau point, with teaching myself. And I need to move forward, you know what I mean? What was I doing? I was saving. I'm like, I was doing something. All right, so we're going to take a quick jump back to the city just so I can make sure I'm understanding, because somebody asked me another question about lighting on some walls. I think I know exactly what you mean, but in order to save a little bit of time, I'm just going to reference it. Actually, are you talking about these towers that have the red light on them? Nope. Looks like they're visiting another one of her builds. This one looks more complete. The other one, oh no, it's the same thing, just it's not at night. So it looks even better. Very nice. Good color contrast. I love those planets. That color, bioluminescent grass. It's got bubbles too, which is really nice. I like that kind of thing. My next build will probably be on a planet like that, I'm hoping, with a background. The red glowing towers. Okay, that's what I figured you were talking about. Okay, those are real easy to make. And again, so now you have two videos to reference. So, the tower is super simple to make. Every one of these is made with the same technique. It's just a different part, different parts added, parts left in. Okay, so all these towers are made exactly the same. And it starts with, and the reason and when we got these new parts is when I started building that city. Because we got all these new parts, the building mechanic changed again. etc., etc. And I was like, all right, I got to relearn how to build again in No Man's Sky. Hey, Gamma Wolf, what's going on? How you doing? I figured out one snappable version of the curved monitor. It's a little tight, but it still works and it looks perfect because there's no gaps. Everything lines up nicely. It really came out, very well. Okay, so to make the red glowing tower, I know we did this yesterday, folks, but Hardicus is here live right now, and sometimes it's just better to, if he has any questions or if they have any questions, it's just best that they can ask me right now while we're going. All right, so you want to use these floor panels if you just because there's a nice reference line. You can do this snappable. I like doing it like this because it provides a little bit more of a gap, and it's slight, but it does make a slight difference. I just like doing it this way. But you can do like paver to block to paver, or paver to block rather, and then then do pyramid to paver, flip the floor, and you're right where you need to be. I, for some odd reason, prefer this. Okay, so grab your floor, and then what I do here is I hit square, and I get in as close as I can. Lighting always helps. But you want to kind of put your cursor right smack dab in the center. And then you're going to bring up you're going to bring your part back up, turn it into the wire, and then drop until it does that. Then you're going to reverse wire glitch in your floor, and you're going to repeat that all the way around the floor. Okay, I should be able to do this pretty quick, or quick-ish. But again, for those of you who saw this yesterday, I would recommend going over to Beeblebum's channel to see Nella Doodle's neat build on the Studio 16 monthly talk show with DG Squared. Unless you've already been there and you've seen it. Alright, so now we're going to bring our floor up again. We're going to grab our wire. We're going to drag that down until it pops up. We're going to pop in our next floor. Psychedelic fruitcake, what's going on, homie? Thanks for popping in. Alright, so again, bring out your floor, turn it into the wire, and that's a nice thing too. You can kind of double check here. Get it as close as you can, so not doing that, or you can do that either way. But I like to, know that it's in a similar place, and it just does not need to be perfect, which is awesome as well. To work, it helps, obviously. But you don't need to be perfect. But this is pretty darn close to what you need. And again, to repeat, you can do the snapped version, which is just, doing that with the pavers and the pyramids and whatnot, and the block. Okay, so once you have that, and depending on where you're trying to put it, you can move this up so that it lines the floor. All right, so see how this is kind of in the middle? So now what you're going to do is you're going to line the top. And then just move these up. And, doing it with the paver method, obviously you're not going to have to do this. but there's something about the little gap that allows for, you know, betterness. Okay, once you have your box, and I would leave this floor panel in there. Okay, that's always going to be a good reference to keep. All right. Once you have that up, then what you're going to want to do is grab a wall. And I prefer something that's easy to get at, like the curved one here, or preferably actually even the window. But now what you can do is you can do a number of different things. You can create, it's a building block, if you will. All right, consider this a building block. Now you have a block. If you make this block, you know, you can go up and down, and you can carry it over, but you're better off building them separately. You know, getting wherever you're going to build them, and get them in place. And once you do that, you're going to line the whole thing here. And this is one of the reasons I like the gap. I think it lines up a little bit easier, and it has just a different vibe, that's all. You can go either way with this. All right, once you're there, then it's super simple. You're going to take and you can use anything now. This is, again, the tower. Right? It's a column, if you will, or tower, whatever you're using it as. This one is a mixture of these roof panels and these roof panels. And sometimes, you know, you'll leave the windows in there, like this. All right, now you might, you know, you can remove at this point the inner floors, but I would keep this set for now. But you can leave them, okay, the floors that we made our box out of. All right, now you take whatever roof panel you want, and if we want to get specific with what I did in the city, we're going to grab this particular roof panel, and you're going to line the interior of your box. All right. And then once you have that, now all you got to do is stack. All right. Boom. And there's the tower. But, you know, we could change it up. Top it. Just do that. Throw in, you know, in the other angle. Carry this through. At this point, it's whatever your graphic, you know, whatever your art. Ooh, wow, I actually like that. I need to add that, as a matter of fact. That'll go in the city. Yeah, that needs to go in the city. That's a nice mixture. I like that. That looks really great. Why didn't I do that before? All right, so anyway, now to get the light in there, all you got to do is, all right, so you're going to do one side at a time. So you have a left and a right, and then your front and your back, right? Or you should, I think. So we're going to remove this. Now we're going to take a pill light. I'm in creative, so this is naturally going to light. You know, if you're in normal, you're going to have to eat up some serious resources with wires and power sources. And then you just kind of line both sides. All right. Then you're going to return this side. And now we're going to go and delete this one. We're going to throw our light in there. Oh, pardon me for one moment. I got a text I must answer. And then you're going to line the other side. Alright, so we line this side. I apologize, I had to answer that text. Very important. I create my own music because there's no music on dead planets. You know, there's not even really, all you get is wind. And normally when I build, I'm just listening to music, you know, on in another way. And then, boop, and boop. And now you have the lit section. So you just follow it down. But what I would make sure, what I would do is build the tower, and then, you know how I did one side? Do the entire, like, keep one base, like one built at the base. Like, I usually will leave this until the very end, and then, you know, I'll build my tower to where it needs to go. Then I'll strip out one side, lay in all the lights, put that all back in, strip out this side, lay in all the lights, and then lastly do this base. He makes it look so easy. Well, it hasn't always been this easy, that's for sure. That was definitely glitching before glitching was easy. It gave me a lot of patience. All right, let me see here. So that's it. That's pretty much the basis for all of that. It's pretty darn simple. Just a question of what you use for parts. And then, you know, if you want to think about it, you know, you can, you know, if you wanted to, build another section. And then instead of having your standard wall, you could create a new looking wall. Right? Then you still have your, you know, your floor panel in there, right? Your flat one. There's going to be a little weird adjustments here for, you know, putting in the ceiling, but, but see where I'm going with this? You know, now you have a whole different looking wall. That looks really dope. And, you know, if this whole thing were lit, would look really cool, right? You don't even need to have the whole tower. I mean, yeah, that's cool. But, you know, on the inside, you'd have something cool too. Now your outside still looks cool, but it breaks up your monotony of, you know, of wall. Right on camera. Ow, ooh, just cracked my toes. You know, Hardicus, that means a whole ton to me. You have no idea. For me to inspire somebody to build again, that's me. That's a lot for me. But there you go. You know, another, you know, to get a rooftop on this might be, because I forget the measurement here, but it actually probably wouldn't even be all that difficult. Let me see this. 1, 2, I think we might be 3 and 3. Yeah, so actually this wouldn't be difficult at all. And a short wall. So 3 and a short wall. should fix that problem. Bingo Bango Bongo. Good to go, right? But blam. And actually, I wouldn't even do that. I'd probably lower this a bit. Go to our first marker there. But stop being a pain, would you? Yeah, there will be, that's right, that's the issue, is this. But, you know, a little bit of flippy-do here and there. Actually, yeah, you know, put a door, you know, if you're running the whole thing as a wall, you could just, you know, use your imagination, you know what I mean? We could hypothetically, you know, let me see here. What would I need to do to make you work? Nay. Yay. Oh, sorry. Got all quiet and stuff. That happens. I mean, it's not great. We could probably put a single door. You know what I mean? There's ways to fix this so it works. You know what I mean? But you know, we could climb this wall in, right? There we go. Fixed. You know, so we got it. You know, just, you know, take a little time to think about it for a minute, which I never do. So that was weird. I'm like, yeah, maybe this, you know. Which still might even be able to allow us to, yeah, exactly. So now we can even carry on our basic design element too, right? Thank you, Hello Games, for being freaking awesome. So now we don't, you know, we get a little inconsistency here, but not enough where it's an issue, you know, because more than likely you're going to probably do something like this anyway. You could cover it, you know what I mean? So, there you go. Nice, new, fantastic design idea. That's a weird one. Don't know if I'd keep that, at least not for this design. It's kind of neat though. A little weird. Lighting it would be kind of cool. Putting some light in there would be neat. Yeah, I could see that. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Alright, so that's going to push that out that way. But let me just see something here. Yeah, that might actually be neat in there. Let me try and leave you there because I'm going to need you. And let's get a wire. Wire, wire. Your build is on fire. Your build has got a blue screen. Oh wait, no. I need you first. Then you. Could you use it, the light panel? Which portion? In the tower? Yeah, I mean, any way you want to light that, I guess. You know what I mean? You don't have to do pill lights. Oh, you mean like, or a light panel in this thingy? Yeah, I just kind of curious to see how the uh, the pulsing light looks. Whoa, that's freaking weird. You don't like doing that, apparently. What happened there? Oh, duh. We'll get back into the screen in a minute. And again, I think I might have figured out at least one style that would be a bit more snappable. Less manipulation, less manual manipulation. Son of a... Less manual manipulation. Which is always a good thing when it comes to trying to position something that's supposed to look mechanical or technical. Wow, that side's really funky. Ah, interesting. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Ooh. Ooh. How can I get that to do? Oh, yeah. Figure out where that would sit, but I like that. On both sides of that would be kind of neat. Sorry, just playing around, having thoughts. You know how it goes. You get a thought, you're like, all right, if that's doing that, could I do this? Not if you can't see what the hell's going on, you can't. Come on. You're right there. That blocks it out. Oh, no. Jeez. Hank. Just trying to give it a backing. Yep, I'm going to use that for something. Simple, but nice little accent. Could you even have something else in there like that? Yeah, that's neat. Okay, I'm gonna just reload just because I got a bunch of stuff. Oh wait, did I save? Yes, I saved when I made the circle. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, I don't want to make a circle again. Made so many circles. Oh, my headset's low. I gotta remember. Shoot. I gotta keep that in mind. If I all of a sudden stop talking, it's not because I'm muted. Please let me know that my headset has died. I will try to babble incessantly for the next minute or two because I would like to kill myself a little bit. I can plug it in when I'm sitting, but I have to move to do other things. All right, where's this circle I made? There you are. Okay, so some unfortunateness with making this. Depends on how you want to. All right, so if you want the curve to follow, it's gonna. All right. How do I put this? No matter how you make it, you're going to have two sides, and it's a choice up to you on the type of look you're trying to get. Aha, there we go. One side will have divisible separation lines and will be 3 divisible monitors. On the other side of this particular style that I'm trying to figure out is one long continuous monitor, but the ends are at an angle. So my goal is right now to see 2 things. 3, a bunch of things actually. But the main ones are, what is the widest angle I can get and still get that look? And can I do that in a snappable / tether method? Or do I have to manually place it in, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's a lot more. One of my favorite words in the past month has been fiddly. Fiddly bits. I was watching some show, and one of my favorite shows used to be Wheeler Dealers, which is this English automotive show where they buy a car that needs some help, and they fix it up and then sell it for a profit, right? But the original one with the tall man, is when I started watching. They switched over to a couple of different guys, different mechanics. One guy goes and buys the cars, does all the dealing part, and then the other guy does all the hard work and mechanical part. But one of my favorite sayings back in the early days was, when he was messing around with something, he's like, all the fiddly bits. And I just thought it was a nice saying, and it just kind of stuck with me. Okay, so, sorry for the delay here. Here we go on Raid on Destiny 2. All right, good luck. Oh, and by the way, Gamma, I also own Destiny 2. I'm probably not as good as you, but I'm always available to be a helpful decoy and kill as much as I can kill. Throw my Ratchet and Clank skills up in there. Okay, so what we're trying to attempt here is something that looks like this. Where we have, but see how this is all janky, okay? And this whole thing is jank, but I'm not worried about it. This was like the sketch, okay? So that was, and actually I'm probably going to tear it down after I'm done figuring it out. So say you want your monitor, to be the full, the longer screen, right? And you want the curve has to go in, as far as I know at this point, this way, okay? Or I suppose, yeah, so that's going to be your inner curve, right? So you're going to make a circle, and you're going to use these particular floor panels here from what I figured out. But if you were to tether it one way, it goes in backwards, okay? And it doesn't work as well. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make the full circle and extend it out. So I have my circle, because I'm going to need to delete a bunch of stuff, but I want the circle in order to have different circumference, so that I can see just how wide I can make the curve and still retain the look. And am I going to have to do things manually, or is there a way I might be able to tether that? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move out of the way. And then we're going to extend a bunch of this. I'm going to actually, you know what, I'm just going to keep, but it needs to be, I'm going to keep that one. And then I'm going to just, I don't need to, yeah, I do actually. Because that needs to be brought in tighter into this area. All right, you know what? It's a circle. We can bang one out in like 5 minutes. All right, so I need these sections here. I need that. And I need, so the floor, that one, okay? That's kind of so I'm hoping I can get 2 different widths. But with tethering, and the first one I've got is this tighter one. So we're going to start with that one. And I'm just going to, we have a manual save here, so we're good actually. And we still have, we'll always have, the wire, so we can start this again right here. We just got to plop down a new floor panel right here. So my first one was done with this, right? So what's going to happen now is I need to set tether points out here, here, and here. All right. And see what we have left over. That's kind of the, And then I'm going to try the same thing. So, now that I've got all those, excuse me, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete all of them but that one for now. And now I'm going to grab my wire, set up my tether point because I want these full scale. I'm going to use my reference that I was using before, if I can remember it. And this is why I love the legacy pieces. There's all these nice measured areas. So we're going to set our tether point. Delete the floor, set up our next one. Delete that floor, and obviously now we're going to do our third point. And at some point I'm going to see just how far I can go with this, like how long of a screen can I get to be continuous. I'm curious, like what kind of circumference can I get away with? Because it's going to need a curve. The whole point of, the whole reason that it works is you're hiding that that one border, the side. Jesus, why is it seems so much more notchy than usual? Alright, so now we've got our tether point set up. So now we're going to get our magic part. Magic part. And we're going to tether away. Copy, attach, drag down to, I think it was the beginning one. Pop that in there. And you have to start from the left, I believe, and work right. Because there's a huge collision bubble with the handled side. Where was I on that? Was I on the second one in? Yeah. Was I? And we got a problem here. I hate when that happens. And it's kind of weird sometimes. It really is. The game is so bizarre at times. I think I came into the second reference. Could be wrong, but we'll find out soon enough. See, and I had to move that, and now it's working fine for some odd reason, right? Two. Come down to the set again. And again, with lighting and shadow and all that, your reference is always going to be a little bit wonk, but you want to just try to keep as consistent as you can. All right, now this should be perfectly placed with no inconsistency. Now the hard part is we have to get a light panel in here that's going to sit right about here, right? So now we could do what we did before, but now we have reference. Our tether points are in. we can drop these in relatively easily. But see how I had to come from the inside of the curve out in order to get it to curve this way. But everything lines up perfectly. Everything is where it should be. And then if we look in the back, we could set it up this way, and we might even be able to hide that part with a poster. But now you have a neat opposite side screen, right? Pretty cool. Yo, man, you got NC. What's NC? No class. What is that from? All right, I usually do movie quotes, but that was a television show quote. Yeah, but she even, quote unquote, perfectly snapped. That one needs to be moved a little bit. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend that out. We should, but now we would have to set up new tether points, right? In order to stay in that area. So what we're going to do here is we're going to first we're going to move that to over here. We're then going to grab that and that. And the reason that probably was yeah, see, there's our collision. We have to start here on this side. So if you make a mistake, guess what? You're doing it again. All right, we know that works. Okay, we're good there. Let's do our next one. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to put our floor panels in, so I'm going to do that again. But see how that collision bubble was kicking everything off and making the wire act all weird. And all right, so now we'll set up some tether points here. I want to see just what kind of, like, I want to try to get that almost as straight as I can, you know what I mean? Which is just going to elongate the screen. The curved screen is cool too, don't get me wrong. I will definitely probably use that in another scenario, but my main goal is to try to have this kind of long banner-esque sort of screen. You don't have to get as insane as I am right now, but you do want to get all of that as centered as possible. We're going to have a slight dip on that middle floor, so our middle screen is going to be slightly lower than the rest because of the way that was dropping into the floor there. We have, if there's anything universal about the phase is that it's never consistent. Every scenario, every part, doesn't matter. Every single time you do something, it's going to be a little bit different. All right, so now we have all our tether points set up. So this is our first circle out, then our second. Right now I'm only seeing, like, we're just doing 3 screens. I think if we come out a little bit more, we might be able to extend it, but, we'll know more when we get to the middle of that. Or, to see how the edges flay out, you know what I mean? Or splay out. All right, so we're going to start you with the same reference that we were using, but we're probably going to have to alter it. But for now, we'll continue with using the top part of the second set of dashes here. Hey, you know, if you grab the part you need first, the wire wouldn't just sit there. Oh yeah, I forgot. You idiot. Oh, and I think I got to start on the left. Shoot, I do. Yes, you have to start on the left and work right. I forgot. My fault. Collision bubble. If you're working on the other side, obviously it's the other way. But in order for the wire, shoot, to not hopefully go all wonkadoo, you want to start it on this side. I'm sorry, I know I get all builder's hush when I start to concentrate because my brain's too small to, you know, problem solve and chat. And actually, I can tell whether or not this is going to work just by doing this. Just by those two, I can see whether or not we need to. Yep, okay. That's what I was afraid of. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to step this in a half. Okay, so that's half stepped in. Let's see if that works. Because there might be, you know, there's probably a limit to, you know, the amount of curve. But again, I could manually put those into place, but I'm trying to, find a better method as to not drive myself and anyone else trying to do this overly crazy. Alright, so now we're going to grab that again. We're going to get you. We're still going to go into... Oh, duh. I'm an idiot. Hey. Although... Alright, we have our main circle. Never mind. So... half stepped in. Yeah, half stepped in. Now we're going to go to this. Yes, okay. I was correct. I was like, do I need to move stuff? And I'm like, no, you just moved it. And we could do adjustments here on the floor panel as well, you know what I mean? Looks like the half step in, yeah, Yeah, see, there's our height difference. That sucks. I hate that. Half step in looks like it's the way to go for the longest, the least amount of curve with the most amount of screen. So that was 2 out. So 1 out, half stepped out is our kind of our perfect. Well, the perfect one is the first, quite honestly. It's got the nicest transition, but it is also the tightest of curve. Did I do that again? I did that again, didn't I? Thought I had the part. Okay, so, but something's wrong there in the middle. Those two look right. Middle looks off. Let's try that again. So we're going to go. Just kind of why you want to get your nose down to the screen like so. Yeah, see, this is unfortunately our middle one dives here for some bizarre reason. It takes a dive. Why are you doing that? Collision bubble. That's the collision bubble. We got to start with our middle? This might... No, it does that anyway. It has nothing to do with the collision bubble. What the hell is causing that? Everything's at the same level here. Why is that dipping? That's really bizarre. There's nothing there. So why would it dip that drastically? Now it's not doing it. Alright, we'll try setting the middle one first, but I think we're going to have a problem doing that. I truly believe that this needs to be done. You know what? Let's try this. I got an idea. Let's not be... Hey, red state. I haven't seen that in a while. Player in object. I miss player in object. I loved that thing. Alright, so let's do it like so. Unfortunately, the next part is going to be the pain in the ass part. That was weird. I mean, you know, we've been used to that sort of thing for a while, but that was just bizarre. It almost like it remembered the collision bubble for a minute. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, there was a collision here, wasn't there? Yeah, let me screw you up. Yep, I think that's going to be the best curve without. Yeah, see? What the hell? That shouldn't do that. It's a phasing thing. I don't know why it's doing that. I have no clue. Um, with different angles, have different collisions. Try to rotate. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's true. Hey, Wild Bear, by the way. How you doing, man? But without that floor phasing, it looks like, you know, the two best options are, it could be this hole under here, you know, causing an issue. It could be, like, who the hell knows? I mean, really, it's all a crapshoot. You take your chances, get what you get. Did those doors just? Oh, did I reload? What happened there? I could have sworn I had those open. Um, so, manual placement gets us a little bit wider. But I think again, though, that yeah, but see, there's always there's always some sort of weird collision thing that ends up happening. So, I mean, the widescreen one, like, see, I'm trying to get this splayed out as much as I can, but um, I think what the issue is going to be here is, you know, how it phases. So, I almost want to say manual placement is better. But no, it's not. I'm kidding. Give me one moment, folks. I need to run to the laboratory. Much better. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. So, I'm kind of wondering what's going to be the better one. So, which way am I tethering from? Tethering. Yeah, this way, right? Yeah, so the curve is in. Alright, so I kind of think at this moment. Yeah, see, I think the way things are stacking, because probably best to get what you want, just put out the floor pan as you want, not have anything next to it or near it in terms of another floor panel. you know, as you're setting up your tether, but it's hard to say, you know what I mean? And I don't know if maybe raising it up would help a little bit, like going up a short wall. Maybe it's some sort of interaction between the floor and the ground. I don't know. I mean, I am not a programmer. Okay, so what direction was I curving? You remember? Yeah, that way. Okay, so yeah, I was tethering from inside out. That's right. Okay. So here, here, and here. Now I'd actually have to move these. Yeah, because these are actually right on where I need to be. Damn it. That's what I get for... Actually, I'm curious. Will this work? Could I... No, because it shrinks down to its normal size when it connects. That's right. Okay, so no, I couldn't. I'd have to remove these tethers. And what happened when we tethered all the way out? Yeah, to the second floor, it didn't connect right, right? It just had the bars once we moved it out 2 floors. So so either manual placement for a long screen, you know, to cut, you know, to make a wider curve, half step out to make, okay, so 1 floor panel out from your circle center to the second reference dash top of it. I'm wondering actually, what if I spread it out more? Like, instead of being, keeping this but bringing out the reference point. Let's try that. Keep the floor where it is, keep the tethers, and then instead of bringing it in that close there, because this seems to be the best arc, at the moment anyway. You know, I mean, I'm sure somebody smarter than I will go, hey, try this, and I'll go, oh, awesome, thank you. That makes my life so much easier. And we haven't even gotten to where we're going to place the posters and stuff yet. Okay, so now what we want to do is remove these tethers because we don't need them at the moment. We're doing 1 floor panel out. We are going to, you know, probably end up with some form of wacky phasing. All right, so I went here before. Now I'm going to go to this one. Let's see what happens when we do that. I have a feeling we're going to end up with black bars, but we won't know till we try. And we are going to start right here. How about just leaving one around? Oh, I have one around. That's right. Yeah. Just as easy. Okay. So now I'll try bringing it out to this one and see what happens. And we may get some weird phase dip. But we'll try to... Yeah, but you're right too, but like one side sometimes Oh, okay. Nothing to do with the ground. Yeah, all right. I'm like, I don't know. Like, you never know what it could be. You know, it could be I'm standing too close. Don't stand so close to me. Don't stand so close to me. Which this would definitely help with collision bubble, I guess. But and the nice thing again, we'll be able to see whether or not this is going to work right away just by doing two of them, right? Now we're into the third dash, top of the third, bottom of the ninth. K-Dog's up to bat. He hits. Ooh, okay. Ooh, this is looking good. All right, let's do the third. Ah, see? Sometimes just moving your reference around a little bit. Widen that arc. So this is the arc we want. This is the best one. The other one splays it out too much, and then we're shifting floor panels around, and who wants to do that? All we want to do is be where it needs to be. Okay, so now, bang, 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 bang. She bang, she bang. Oh, that's some of the music people consider music just blows my mind. And what people like find to be, cute. Baby Shark, good example. I hear that and it just grates on my nerves. Friggin' perfect. Friggin' perfect. Except for right here. But that just might be a little finite phase. All right, that one I like. So we have the second dot in, the third dot in, top of. Let's see what the fourth does. All those work. So you can have a really tight, close console, harder angle, or we could have, something with a little bit more openness and almost looks, and that's what I'm trying to get almost like it's straight. You know what I mean? Right. As close as I can get to hiding all that. And then we'll try some manual manipulation to see what we can get going on. So now we're going to try the fourth, top of the fourth. Again, we're testing, so it doesn't have to be perfect. Plus, once the poster gets in there, that may actually change. You might be able to hide that little bit. That's you won't notice it as much. You know what I mean? Now we're in the fourth. All right, we did the third. We're at the fourth. Top of the fourth. And again, all we need to do is 2 to see if it's going to work. And that's where we lose it. Okay. Had to lose it at some time. So, top of the third. But collision bubble. I'd have to move that other one into it, and trying to get the next one in manual, it's going to be shorter on that side. Don't ask me why, it just is. I wish I could tell you. But so the third one is optimal at this point. Otherwise, you're definitely doing a bunch of manual manipulation, and you're basically getting the same effect. You're off angle, and even that, you know, see what I mean? So looks like the third one is the widest angle we can get. So with that said, let's reload. I'm not going to build the circle again. Manuel, we call upon thee to save us yet again from having to do things we don't want to do. And we're up to 893. We're on the slow climb up that hill to 1,000. Thank you to all my new subscribers helping me get there. Recommend me to a friend. No. I'm kidding. Or am I? That's for you to decide. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take one more into consideration. But this is our prime arch for these. So far, from what I can tell. You know, somebody may do something and go, hey. Ooh. And we've got a missing, am I in the way of something? What's going on here? Shouldn't you cross over exactly the same? Did I miss something somewhere? I hate when that happens. Nope. Tweezered. Tweezered, tweezered, tweezered. Same shape, same shape, same shape. No, I can't do it here. Why? Why? Did I not start at the top? No, that's north. Alright, we're going to do 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rather. Hold on. Something rotten. Ain't liking something there. Hold on. 1, 3, 4. Okay. 2. Oh, what? Bank. Okay, it's a question of number, how many sides we're at. Okay, alright, no big deal. We can accommodate like that. Okay. Now, delete. Then why'd you build the whole thing? Because I didn't know what I was going to actually need. So better to have it and not need it, and need it and not have it, right? Is that the old saying? But it sure does make sense. Alright, so, yeah, see we got a weird cut there. Okay. So now, unfortunately, comes work. So this is our point of origin. Wait, no, this is where we're landing. Our point of origin's over here. So I need to, hold on. I need to not be an idiot. not an easy task, but I try every day to be a little bit better. Alright, so now, yeah, because now we can bring that back into here, and we can set up each one of our tether points. Okay. So now we need the wire. Hello wire, how are you? And notice today, I don't know if anyone's noticed yet, but my legacy parts seem to be rendering normally. But that is also because we don't have any direct light upon it, I believe. But we don't have that weird white tab here that normally shows up on this gray panel. Which, yes, black and white will get you gray. Alright. Tether. Oh, why did I do that? Why the hell did I do that? God, you're not paying attention. Oh, yeah, that's right. Those are holders. This is where I want to glitch from. Although I could do it way out there, it doesn't really matter. I just don't want to have to travel the camera out that far. Okay. There's two. Yeah, it really kind of tweaks me out when I have to deal with it in the other fashion. Alright, so you should be facing you, right? You should be facing you. No, you should be facing you. Hopefully, I didn't mess up somewhere. What I like about the large wire too is it fits right in this spot perfectly. And again, should be more concerned about centering than straight here, because that's what we're gonna try to get lined up and centered. That's our main. Alright, so that should be those three. Come on, latch on. I know you want to. I know it's... there, there you are. Like, come on. I know you can do it. You could also tether it, you know. Just get at the angle you need, and then tether it out, scale it up, move it around. You know, you wouldn't necessarily have to Actually, that might be the way to do the block. We'll find a good spot for that. We'll actually tether the block in as well, I think. Only we'll try to keep it as a. I can't have it enlarged. That's for sure. All right, so that one's there. Now we move it to our final spot, hopefully. Hoping one of these days, find your home. Round and round we go, where it snaps, nobody knows. Fine. Be that way. Make me work harder. And we know all we got to do is draw that in, right? All right. Until it all overlaps again. Well, Bear, where are you from? Probably said it at one point, but maybe not. All right, tethers are set. Boom. Get rid of that now. We don't need you. 1, 2. Let's just bring them in. We'll leave the outer perimeter there. All right, so now that's our tether site, which means now this has to come out. Oh, yeah, and this is why we're going to do it this way. There's our tether. There's our destination. Yes. Which you don't have to answer. Just curiosity question. Don't know why I even thought of it. I was like, with a name like Wild Bear, I wonder where they're from. And we'd say the third one, right? Fourth one was too far. Third one is optimal. Oh, no, it's in France. Right on. Now, I think, but I'm not entirely sure, that my biological, I am French, a good portion French, actually, like maybe even half. But, I've never done one of those, stick a swab in my nose or throat or wherever and send off my bodily fluids and find out where I'm actually from. I'm adopted and crap, so. But I know at least one of my adoptive. I need to start all the way off to the left. Oops. Families. One of my last names was very French. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. All right, so we have to start. Where do we got to start? We got to start out here, right? Hold on. Yeah, we have to start out here and work our way in. Okay. Shit. No, we're good. Are we good? Did I screw something up? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, no, we're good. It sounded like I deleted something I shouldn't have. And I didn't save because I'm an idiot. But we saved at a circle, so we're okay. Alright, so now we're going to start here, which means I'm going to start here, bring it in from this direction, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now I think we got it. We still don't have where we're going to put our paver in yet. I'm just trying to see what I can get for an extension. Just curious. Can I go out one more? Well, let's find out. So I should be two. Okay, hold on. Nope, I'm way far out. Okay. Tether point. Tether point. Next floor panel is our destination. Okay. Here we go yet again, doing the same old thing. Copying a wire, dragging it to place something. Now we go to the third dotted line. 1, 2, and 3 is about all it will be. That was a silly rhyme, because I wasn't thinking. Where do we want to go? I think we want to go right here, actually, right to that. Okay, there's one. And actually, this is going to be telltale whether or not we can continue with this, or we're stuck at 3. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door. That's too far back, which means I need to bring that forward. Or is that just a question of, yeah, that's a phasing issue again, isn't it? Damn it. We'll try that one again. Oh, so no, that would be this one. So this one, that's our first one, was there. So this one is... and tilted. How the hell is that tilted? Alright, let's try that again. I'm wondering if I just remove this, get rid of the floor altogether. Get me the hell off the floor panel. Now we said third one in. We should be far enough away to not deal with a collision bubble. But since we're phasing through the floor considerably, we gotta do something drastic. Whoops, hey, don't do that. And because I can't see the exact... son of a gun. Excuse me. Pinpoint. So that one was too what? Far forward? We could bring this down to the bottom portion of this. Yeah, that's going to be too far though, I bet. There's no more by that, isn't it? Yes, it is. Odd. Yeah, you can see it sinking into the floor here more. Look at the wheels. Look at the coverage of the wheels. That's crazy. That's a little wonkadoo. But with the poster in there, it might hide it. I could also try to, just manually manipulate. But see, it's higher. There's nothing I can do about that without making the smaller, which then, defeats the purpose, etc., etc. Interesting. Okay, well, so the cleanest version, I think, even just due to height, is going to be the tight 3. Yeah, something's wrong with that. That's for certain. But hold on. Let me think about this in a different way. Because if we're just trying to hide stuff, we could still do this amount of screen, but the line from end to end. So instead of doing 3, right? Reference 3, we go back to reference 2. But instead, and we could even, find another reference like right here. But would that be more accurate more often? That probably would. So let's try this just for fun, because why not? Yeah, so the tip of that, when it does sharpen like that, although phased, it should be the same distance. Because as we poke this out here, we're past that line. We know that we should be right about there, right? Heights are still going to be different though, just because of the floor phasing. But it's not as noticeable, right? Or we're back to manual placement. That's kind of how we're going to have to look at it. But your ends are not going to be, and then, of course, then we have that problem. It's collision. And even when you start going in from the other side, even though there's less on that side. All right, so 3 seems to be the best. 4 is kind of pushing things. We could, and again, we have a height issue, and that's nothing I can do about that. Without, I don't know, maybe placing a poster underneath that is, I don't know. Apparently. You gotta be kidding me. Well, what do you know? Now that one's too high. That's hilarious. Yeah, but all right, so just for ha-has, right? Let's take that out of there. Yeah, see? This is the problem. Which, this is going to be a question like, I bet you, collision bubble-wise, it should be here, now this should be level here, right? Technically, right? It's enough to drive you crazy. Let's go with our original mark, but instead now instead of the top of we'll go bottom of the. No, we got. It's not going to make that much of a difference, but might as well stay with our original. That worked the best. I'm just wondering now if we're going to get that height shift, and if the poster size makes a difference, because we full scaled that last poster, right? And my original design started here. Yeah, it needs to be blended more in the back like that. That's our best angle. But again, height. But now, weird. Okay, this is really going to drive me to a state of mild insanity. All right, hold on. Where are we now? You are here. You're right here. Okay. Okay, sure. I tricked the floor into thinking it was something it wasn't. It's now normal height. Sure. Excellent. I'll take that. Why not? All right, 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Get rid of all that. What? All right, so put a poster in there, build it, place it, delete it, build it, delete everything, build it again, it should be fine. What the heck just happened? Y'all saw that, right? I know there's not a lot of us here, but the ones that were here did see what I just saw, right? Originally, the wire was phasing through down to the sharpened point. Then, then I'm like, oh, well, okay, all right, the poster fits. Okay, build the poster. Now it's too high. Okay, all right, so now we're going to go over here and we'll delete all that. And now, for some reason, it's normal. I'm also thinking that, extending further out onto that floor panel. So there's this weird, and I'm right in the main part. Like when we saw the poster, we only just saw it in the seams. This happened before the weird gap in the parts. Why are they messing with the Please don't take away our legacy parts, please. Please. We love them so, we really, really do. Us old guy builders, the traditional builders, this is like our... This is my No Man's Sky security blanket. Got these parts. We've been through so much together. And what's going to happen here? Alright. So, let's see what we get first, right? It does seem that the further out on the floor panel I go, the more shallow it is. And we're going to have a height difference. So we're going to build a poster in there. Which one did I use? This one? I'm going to scale it up. Put that under there. Try it again. Hey, look at that. It's raised up. Too high. Alright, let's delete that poster. Do that again. Grab that. Grab you. Bring you in. And where are we now? Back to being too low. Okay. So, oh, maybe because we didn't build it on the poster like we did. So maybe we should try that. Build the poster, build the part, delete the part in the poster, try it again. Alright, I guess we can give that a shot. Unbelievable. I really am flabbergasted, flummoxed, freaked out, man. Atlas, welcome back. It's a collision of the floor on the left. Alright, good call. Let's see what happens there before we start building more posters and stuff. Yeah, this is a little higher. You might be correct on that. But not. What if I just put a regular size poster in up underneath that spot? You know what I mean? Still too low. You try just popping a regular poster there without scaling it. If it's still too high, I'm going to build it and delete it and see what happens. If that's the trick, no, yeah, look at that. Okay, alright, okay. Oh, but yeah, see? Yeah, alright. So just drop a poster in as a shim. Better. Tolerable. I'm still curious though if I delete that and it drops it. You know what I mean? Let's check it out. I'm just freaking curious as all can be because we built it. Now it's like, okay. Nope, still sinks. Okay. But putting a poster in there, not scaling it just enough to get under it, because when you scale it, it does change the collision bubble size. So, standard poster, shifted that up just enough where it was at least usable, you know, that was tolerable. I could definitely work with that. And actually, if we did that on all of them, you know, and we kind of started seeing, you know, we get a bit more consistency. Ooh, pardon me. Yeah, so I can work with that, right? Okay, which one are we on now? You. But that was still bizarre. I mean, for that to do that, I was like, you got to be kidding me. All right, see, this looks like it's at the same height as the one we just put in. The phasing on the pencil point there seemed, yep, very similar. Yep, okay. We're going to have to redo this one. Let's see if we can't get, but these two are the same height. So you see what I'm saying? They're like bizarreness. Like, why? Was that our last one? No, we got one more, right? Yeah, one more. That's what I thought. Okay. I have a feeling, oh, you know what it is? What am I crossing over the entire time? This. That's the problem right there. I'm hitting that wire as I'm coming across. Yep, my middle point. All right, so we're going to get, and I apologize, this repetition, I understand that. You know, that's why I try to be a complete moron. Not moron, but goof. I am a moron. The goofy part. That's why I start singing and do weird stuff, because I'm just like, I'm constantly having to do things. I mean, again, I am figuring this out as I go. See, this is up a little bit higher because we're coming over the nub. It's just enough, I bet, to cut. Yep, look at it, look at it, look at it. You can see it right there. It's just enough to throw things off. All right, we'll try another run with out that sitting there. And we'll see what we can get from that. But I think it's just enough, not to, you know, not for the depth on one of them. But yeah, I think on these two, it's because it's crossing. Yeah, I'm crossing right over the wire on that one, yeah. So that's why these two are a little higher. So just as an experiment, but that's the extent of our screen. That's actually pretty dope. Look at that. With two ends. Oh, yeah, I'm going to build this. I don't know where, but I'm gonna. And the backside, if you want to go crazy, go nuts, you know, you can build these crazy things. Do both sides. Have all kinds of signage. What? No! I'm not worth raiding. Go raid somebody who deserves it. Matt Scottish Get, good to see you. Jen Short Stuff, welcome. KJPC Gaming, welcome. All right, so let's delete that one because now I'm curious. You know what I mean? Let's delete that wire, bring those two back in again and see if we're, although we do have that one with the shim, so we got to keep that. So I think from now on, like if that happens, shim it. Just freaking throw a shim in there. Bang, bang, done. All right, so the first two we need to redo. We have our floor panels in for, oh wait, I'm missing one. No, I'm not. Am I? No, yes, wrong way. Okay, so boom. All right, so I need to redo this one. 1, 2. Goodbye. Goodbye. You will go. Oh, I can't. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I can, because I'm going in this direction. Oh, no, I forgot. Damn it. These are kind of a pain. Oh, we got to delete our wire too, right? So let's get that out of there. Bang. We can always reload, right? We don't, and making a circle is like child's play at this point. Go to our reference, which looks good now. A little higher though than the rest of them. That, why though? Why this? You know, I'd be curious. I should throw a poster in here and see. I bet you it floats the top of this. So why is it floating the top of this floor panel but not the other ones? So these are going to be high. It has nothing to do with that wire. It's got everything to do with the floor panel itself. I'm wondering on a reload too. Like, would that drastically change things? People, welcome, thank you. You didn't need to raid me. Appreciate it. Oh, that's alright. Yar for mutants. Welcome. To me trying to figure out why the game is being wacky. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through that. We may actually have to start all over again, which is kind of a drag. But at least now we have a much more reliable, I mean, manual for other things, but yeah, no, we can't. I basically have to build this whole thing over again. Okay. It is what it is. Collision, collision, collision. And that is the unfortunates that we deal with. And at the same time, okay, see, this looks like a little higher than the last one, but we could be wrong. And for those of you just joining, Miyama, Moose, Bobby McGee, what is going on? How y'all doing? Thank you. Most of you have seen this stuff, but so this was my rough sketch on this idea, and now I'm trying to perfect it, and I have gotten pretty close to perfecting it. Not perfecting it, but making it much nicer and cleaner and more convincing. So you all know I've been messing with screens lately. And the nice thing about this screen, because of the angles, I can get flags in here. I can have a flag wave from left all the way over to the right. Did it in last night's stream, so if you're curious, go near the end, and it should be there. So this is the extendo screen. Thank you, Beeble. Appreciate it. And I did catch a lot of what you guys were doing. I saw two of Nelladoodle, if I remember correctly, two of her builds. And the glass roof, the circular glass dome with the glass triangles in it, very cool. That was probably my favorite part. All right, so now we got to go to our next one. And I'm now just kind of seeing what I can get away with in terms of how many of these I can put together and still have it be an extended screen. The Jumbotrons in the city, we are currently at my R&D so that I can figure this out and then move. And move it all to the city somewhere. Why am I doing that? That's not correct at all. You're not the correct one. 1, 2, you are the correct one. There we go. There we are. Okay. So we figured out our circumference and what works doing a tethered, Keys, what is going on? How you doing? We found a good arc. We found, where everything crosses over and gives us that kind of continuous screen. And here's just 2, which looks great, Cap all this stuff off here like I did up there, and that's actually a nice, good screen. But you could do one a little bit more, you could get it a little more straight on if you felt like doing a bunch of manual labor. So my goal at some point is to kind of see like how far I can go. But it's a lot of like twisting and moving, and so like, all right, we say we're straightish on here. All right. You got to have a slight angle. You got to, and see what I mean? The manual placement is a little more tricky. A little bit tricky. But you can do it. This is a question of phasing height. All right, let's get back to the project. Oh, right on, right on. Yeah, I haven't been to a good show in forever. Although I did find out one of my favorite bands just released a signature guitar. And that would be Tool. Okay, so see, we're phasing considerably lower here, which means that if we pop this in here right now, this screen is going to be lower. Or it might not, actually, from earlier, as we learned. But yeah, it is, see? So, what we did learn from earlier, get rid of that, and shim it. And just take a poster, don't scale it. Because as you scale it, that changes the collision bubble size, right? Drop your poster in there. And then we'll see here, we can see more of the pencil point now, right? It's going to be a little bit higher, unfortunately. But, and I'm wondering, actually, I'm going to test this at another point, but I'm going to try to, I'm going to put a poster down on all of them, including the ones that are, normal height. And, see about that. But, as we can see, we pretty much fixed the problem there. So we just shimmed it. And what I would do after is, if you can get at it, remove that shim. Downside, is you cannot, it might get caught in the collision bubble. And in that case, don't worry about it really, because you're not going to have a choice. So we'll see where this one phases in. This looks, it's less than the last one, but not, not down to what I call the sharpened point. Like somebody whittled the end of a pencil. This looks like the end of a pencil point. You still see some of the graphite in there. The other one looks like it's sharpened down to, I'm going to poke your eye out with it. Or I was bored and I had a pocket knife and I just decided to whittle this pencil to a toothpick. Melladoodle, welcome, welcome. I saw your circular build with the really cool use of the wooden glass dome. Or maybe it was a stone glass one. Let me see here real quick. I think it was a stone glass. It was just kind of like this triangular glass pattern around it. Very pretty though. Very well done. And again, we'll see where this phase is in. Looking pretty good. So it looks like we had to shim one. You know. Alright, so this is going to be the extent of our one kind of long screen. But as you can see, it just looks like one long monitor, right? Kind of a curved one. Now, I, again, want to see what I can do to just get along with less of a curve. I mean, it's going to have to curve, but, you know, how am I going to measure all of that? So now what I would have to do, you know, to get the monitor portion of this is, which one is this? Where are you coming from? All right, hold on. Let me get a, all right, you're there. You're not there. Okay. Are you in there? Nope, you're not either. Okay. And you're going to fight me till the end. All right, come on. Nope, whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, I had you just for a second. There you go. Thank you. And what else are we missing? Nope, you're in there. Where are you? Yes, you are. Okay. I think that's all of it. Looks right. 1, 2, 3, and then, yep. The only other one I'm thinking is maybe I can, instead of curving that last one out, go straight, come off that last extension. So this is kind of the, you know, this is the best curve you're going to get at the moment to keep this continuous. All right, let's save that. And again, we're trying to get a cleaner version of this. Something along these lines. I think 3 is kind of the best. It's got, you know, it extends everything out. Everything works. And, you know, getting the motion in there later is actually much easier. There's a lot more options, let's just say. So we're trying to get something like that. And then real quick, for those of you who are new to the channel, the city seems to be the talk of the town. At least with me. That, what I mean by that is it's what I'm usually working on stream. But I'm just trying to finally feel like I'm starting to be creative again, and I can get to a build, an actual build, instead of just doing these little projects. What am I doing? We did a manual save, correct? Before I left? Or did I just go up and go, here's the screen? Which is entirely possible. That could have been from earlier, but we'll do that now. Okay. Still gotta put that ramp in there. Forgot about that. Hey, my color's rendering normally right now. We're also working on the Jumbotron. Jumbotron's a little bit more difficult because this doesn't take up a full floor panel. So I'm having a bit of an issue with that one because this one is mostly all hand placed, and a lot of rotations, which leads to offset stuff. And I noticed something, and because of collision, I have to rebuild this, unfortunately. The lower poster section I can keep in, but everything else I have to rebuild. And if you haven't seen it and you would like a small tour, just feel free to ask. This is kind of my R&D city, if you will. It started when we first got the new parts. That's the Jumbotron. But there's one major issue which you thankfully can't see from this angle. This one was a nightmare. It still continues to be, but I've been figuring out the technique as I go. Because of how the collision bubble works and things of that nature, one of these is upside down, the other one is right side up, and the bottom one is the one that is upside down. So in order to make this, and I'm going to have to try another method, what I've been doing is kind of overly complicated, and I feel that there's an easier way to do it. And maybe be snappable, kind of like, what I mean by snappable is like using the tether like I've been doing, which just gets it a little bit more accurate than manually placing. You know, things are flat, things are, you know, more parallel, things are more even, except for phasing, obviously, into the floor as we've been seeing this evening. So that's the other version that we are working on currently. But, and this was a quick throw together so I could post up the, you know, what it was. Thankfully we're at a good lighting period. Just trying to find a way where I'm not. But that's the Jumbotron. The issue with this one being hand placed, and a lot of times you can't see really what you're doing. Your perspective is a little wonky because you're trying to fit things behind things and use, you know, the phasing or the lack of collision. So you know, this one was kind of a pain. But the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm like, you know, the Jumbotron's neat, but now I'm looking at this and just these, and I know I could slim this down. I could do this as a hanging, you know, a hanging thing. You could also put some colored light in there and, you know, maybe alter the colors or something like that. I haven't really tried that yet. But, you know, the dominant animation, I think, is going to show through. Because I have a red light in there. You know, there's red floor panel, light floor panels in here. And that's, you know, to help brighten the image so you can see it. So there's a backlighting, like a television. You know, like the LED TV has a backlight. Ooh, I wonder if I do an RGB coloration in the back, if that would... Oh, I wonder if that would highlight even more. Do like a red, blue, and a green in the back. Mango! What is going on? Your message was retracted twice. Why is that? So that's kind of what we're in the process of working on, are these screen types. The single screen at this point is, you know, relatively simple, and I do have a couple of different ways to kind of snap some parts into place so things stay the way that they're supposed to. I'm now debating on ripping this one apart, but at the same time I don't want to because it's one of my early ones and it's kind of sentimental. It's some of the first portions of the city here. Take a quick tour. Oh, I hope not, Mango. Welcome, welcome. Everyone's welcome here. This is all about just being chill and relaxed. Be yourself, but be respectful and kind. That's all I ask, man. Just, be chill. I'm the one who's going to get aggro, but it's all about like, I just missed that, glitch or something, or, this isn't working, so. But for the most part, this is just like hanging out on the sofa, man. You're just somewhere else in the world. We're just here having fun, being us, being weird, being goofy, being silly. Don't be shy. There's no such thing as a stupid question, only stupid answers, which I am well versed in. Where's my bartender? Hey, bartender, what's up? I gotta give my bartender a name. Florby. It's like when you get too drunk, you hit the floor. Maybe Florby. Nah, sounds like some sort of carpet cleaning device. The new Florby. Cleans, polishes, shines, and waxes. All with one convenient mop. Well, I hope we didn't offend Mango in any way, shape, or form, because that I would be bummed out about. Oh, we got a new subscriber, bringing me up to 894. 106 more to go. Right? my simple math right? Only available in pink. Exactly. Excuse me. Whoa, that's a lot of black and all right, there we go. Where'd I warp into? Oh, blackness. You are now forever going to not be able to see. All right, so like it, don't like it, all in the same. It's all, But what I'm thinking here is, and let's do a manual save here. What I'm thinking is, if we, I just want to see what happens if I manually push this around here. This is to see, like, if we can just kind of open it up a little bit more. You know what I mean? Almost. But see, it's a little bit not as, like, see how it's just a sharp cut right here? Kaga! Like, if we can just kind of breach that a little bit, carry that out. Cut that curve down just a bit. Unfortunately, actually, no, we might be able to make it work. Actually, it looks like I'm working off the collision bubble, really. There we go. That works. Yep, that works. Let's try the same thing with this one over here. And at this point, we could kind of manually move things around a little bit, right? It's not going to be as symmetrical, but it's also not as congested. Right? So to make this a full on screen is going to take some work, which I'm now going to try to figure out the next step of this, which means tearing all of this apart. But, you know, if we look here, we can kind of see that's not too bad for that extension. Yeah, but see how this is a much sharper angle? How this is just a little less? So we could probably even open this up a little bit more, figure out where like the foot, you know, the base of this needs to be, which looks like right about here, a little past that. So if we take this and we just move it again, but again, now we're going to have that collision issue. That's the problem. We got hardcore collision here. Yep, we got to deal with that just a little bit more. But we seem to be at a slightly better angle than we were. And unfortunately, you can't copy that one because the minute you do, it doesn't matter, you know. You're at a different angle, you're at a different in a different position. Or, you know, instead of going straight out, like start off sort of straight. Start angling it. Now we're a little further out. Better. But see where I'm going now? It's not such a sharp hit. Like you're not like jammed in there. Alright, now the hard part starts. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to reload because we're going to do it as the snapped version. And what I mean by snapped version is some of the parts in our scaffold will be snapped, some will be tethered. It's not going to all be manually placed. So it gives you more of an advantage when trying to line things up. Thomas Witt, thank you for subscribing. My phone actually did its job for once. Alright, so here we are. Now, what we got to do is, unfortunately, we do have to delete all this, so I actually didn't need to reload, but so now, unfortunately, what we need to do is a bunch of manual manipulation later and now, actually, unfortunately. So let's just kind of take a quick look, because we need to put a casing around all of this, right? So this whole thing needs to be put into a box, right? Excuse me. So that we hide all the components. One here, one screen there, one screen there, one screen here, and one screen here. Okay. So, this is too far out, okay? We're going to have weirdness in here if we do that. Although we could probably drop in a floor panel and still have it look good. right? Yeah, okay, so that's usable. Okay, now what we need to do is get a block. Or a cube, whatever you would like to call it. I call it a block. Sometimes I call it a cube. And blammo! And then we're going to put one behind here, like so. Perfect. Hopefully. We may need to start moving some stuff, okay? But I think we should be able to put a light panel on the back of that, attach a poster, and be right where we need to be. That's my hope. Aligning the posters is what gets to be sort of a pain in the atlas. So, now what I'm going to do is we're going to tear this all out and we're going to test one, okay? Once we have one figured out, we'll rebuild and go from there. So, here's our center screen. And we're actually pretty centered there, if I remember correctly, right? So, that's a short wall height to hide that lower portion. Kind of covers most of the bottom of that, the wheels, the base of that part. So now this should be centered. Should be. Alright, now we need a light floor on there. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. And we're going to be too low. Alright. But what we need to do is bring this up. And we will put this back in later. But for now, we're going to keep it. Alright, because we need to see where everything is. So that was this block started at this short wall. I'm saying this out loud for myself as well, by the way, so I can hopefully repeat it if it comes out good. So we started with a block, UA'd with the short wall halfway, pushed it back one, added a light floor. Now that means I can, we can get rid of that for now. We'll keep it there because we at least know where. So we're going to bring this down to here. This is where we're going to guess a little bit for now. Later we'll use some other reference material. But because that's in the center, the screen should be a little bit smaller, which hopefully means I can just use a central image here. And we'll say that's roughly centered. I don't know. I'm guessing here. All right, so we're going to keep. We're going to get rid of the light panel, which is going to remove that first poster. And then retaining our second one. Okay. We got a problem. No, we don't. 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 We don't have a problem. One iota. I forgot. Okay, so now that we have that poster there, we're going to see where the screen lands when we tether in our screen portion. Okay, so hopefully I didn't delete my screen there, or my artwork for the screen. Nope, you're still there. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to attempt and see if we're going to need to alter our block. I like where we found the screens. The screens are sitting fine. That is so far, good. Now we got to make sure that nothing breaches the front. Please, 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 please. Oh my God, that's perfect. Oh, yes, 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 yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses. We are in good shape. That is as good as it usually gets. I mean, the poster, obviously, we got to cover those gaps. But boom, 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 we've got a snappable version now. Okay, well, not snappable, but we've got a nice. I'm going to make a new tutorial. I have to make a new tutorial, updated tutorial. Cut down on a whole lot of crap. And if you want this at this floor height, covered with, I mean, part of this too is in terms of making the casing, we can hide this now, which is nice to know, by going up a short wall, cutting a floor in, and now we've thinned out, we don't have this portion here showing, which I kind of like, but it's also cool having this, there's enough of it where it works. You can also manually place stuff in. It does work to an extent, but it's a freaking pain. To be 100% honest, it's a pain. But I could get nice and close here. We could drop the floor. Normally we're cutting this much off anyway. Do you know what I mean? And a little bit of that depth with this framework adds more depth to your screen. So, I don't mind, doing a little manual placement, and you get some phase, you can kind of see, and again, this is why I love the legacy parts, or you could nudge the floor, it really honestly depends on what you feel like doing, really. I mean, that's what's so awesome about this game too, is, it's how do you feel like playing? And even yourself, how do I feel like playing today? What do I feel like doing? Just wasting time. All right, but that's perfectly placed. That's the best I've ever done it. It's exactly where it needs to be. It's a little close, and I say that only because although putting a flag in, no, that might work. Let's see what it does. I'm just thinking adding motion for later. Can't tell if I'm breaching screen or not. Oh, no, I'm not. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. So let's carry on. Okay. So what I need to do for every one of you is bring you to about here. Right? Because if that's where is that where I started? All right, let's start fresh, just so everything is the way it should be, right? So, I had all my screens here. We had a short wall there. We brought up. Where did I start that at? What level did I start that at? I went up the half wall, didn't I? First, all my screens were in, and I started with that half wall there. But did I put a half wall on top of the half wall? Oh, definitely, yeah. Trying to do any other size can be very difficult. Yeah, because we put the screens on here on this level. I added the short wall. I brought up this to cover the bottom of the screen, because then we deleted all that. So the block, yeah, because the block and the light floor all started from this point. That's right. Okay. All right. So let's do that. All right. So we're going to grab our block, short wall, drop that in, back it up one, and we should be good, correct? That's what we did. And then we attached our light floor to that, which brought us up to there. We attached a poster. I'm just going to redo it one more time just to make sure I'm doing what I think I'm doing. We attached the poster. We got rid of the back poster. We got rid of the light. Well, we brought the light up, which is what we'll do when we do all of this, but please tell me I just deleted my poster. Gotta be careful. Alright, so we want that, no, that, stop, that to this. Remove that. Add a poster. Remove this poster. Remove the light. Not everything else. Get this out of here. I'm just gonna, just so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Pink, pink, pink. Get our part. Bring it to its placement. We've saved the light above hypothetically at this point. Well, not hypothetically, in practice, the light would be extended upwards instead of deleted. We drop in our screen. Poster's crooked. Or the screen's crooked, one of the two. I'd be willing to bet it was the poster. Alright, let's try that again. You're there. Let's grab you. Then you. Then you. Bring you back. Get rid of you and you for now. Grab you. Do that. Do that. Put you there. Grab our poster. Yeah, look at crooked. You can see it. Oh, damn it. Got the thing above my head. It's right above my noggin. That looks better. All right, let's hope for the best. But expect the worst. I'm kidding. And of course, we would have to start with the side before we did any of this. But actually, we could bring it back a little further too. To be honest, we don't have to be. You know, that's just we got to make sure we're straight. But if we just bring it back a hair, hopefully that will help bring that the bars further back. Yep, there we go. Okay, then we just got to learn where the poster lies and next to the floor. But in terms of centered, yeah, this is the best I've ever done this quickly. See, this is how you take a technique and yeah. Why poster? Why? But we're way, so now I'm looking, I need to bring that down. So the second line is like kind of hovering above the floor. And it's actually nice to have that floor there, isn't it? Now that I'm actually paying attention. Yeah, actually that works. Yeah, that makes it look way more. Yeah, that is the best, most flat, not cockeyed, crooked, twisted, funky. And, everything is right where it needs to be. It really. The only thing that I will say is it could go a little further back. Because really what kind of sells it, there's a little bit of a bevel on the interior, which gives you some depth. So there is a little bit of that. But what we're going to do now, also we have weird lighting going on. There we go, that's better. And we don't have any backlight on this. But we still do see, no, there's enough. There it is. Never mind, there's some shadow. I had too much light on it. It's perfect. It's exactly where it needs to be. That is awesome. Okay, we have a more precise method. Yay! That's freaking awesome. All right, let's set it up. Let's get this working. Let's roll this. Let's roll with it. Roll with it. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to attempt just to kind of get things going. So we're going to drop this in here. That should be there, right? We have to start on this section though. Okay, so, all right, let me think about this for a second. We have to go from currently right to left, But when we're doing it, we're actually going to be behind it, so it will be left or right in order to get, the curve. And if we wanted to, we could go and see where everything is on the other side. Bring the block back, see where the block phases through on the other side, put a poster on the other side, and have a dual-sided. One would be one long screen, one would be broken up screens, but and this makes the Jumbotron, I think, better, because I could, instead of like 6 separate screens, I have 2 long, slightly curved screens. It's a slightly curved. But I think done, upside down. Ooh, that's right, I forgot about that. We'd have to do some upside down work, which is okay. We've done it. It's a pain, but it's doable. All right, so let's get all of our blocks in place. Let's get their setup going here. And I just want to thank all of you for hanging out and keeping me company while I sit here and try and figure out how to make something. All right, we don't need the flooring at the moment. We do, on the other hand, need our short walls. We got to make sure we are in the proper placement as well. We could do this singularly, but I'm a rebel man. No, dude, it's called stupidity. Learn the difference. All right. Okay, so we've got our blocks in place. We've got a backup block just in case. All right, now time for light floor. And thankfully, since I've made this a couple hundred times already, there are a few things that I know I should be able to get away with and make my life a little easier. Pardon me. Now what we're doing is we're setting up the backlight. I hesitated. Never hesitate. All right, and then what we'll do, just so that we don't forget later, is we're going to just raise these up because we're going to be dropping them in after. Oh no, we don't need to. Never mind. We are all set to go. That's right. We were going to oh, no. No, we do need to. Okay, never mind. My fault. The light panel is going to be too short. The poster should be just fine. The poster should be, because we're going horizontal with it, it's only coming down to about floor panel level, which means we should be able to get underneath it without too much distraction. All right, we don't need these at the moment. But yeah, that's way too low. So we're going to get our poster set up here, and we're going to hope that this works, because I've never done it. No clue. Now, I usually use this one. I like the dots. Obviously, you can do anything you want. We can mix and match. I like the black. I think the contrast against the blue. But this poster works really well. This one, because all the colors, they all, they all have their charm. But for testing purposes, I kind of like to use this one. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring this up to a 3rd level. And I think just to get it out of our way, with the poster going in and everything right now. So let's just take this up one more level. We should probably also save at some point. Pardon me, where are my Tums? Okay, so again, we know that this is the one that we're going to be living on. We could probably actually, we don't even need to move anything but we're just to be on the safe side in case I can't get underneath with the wire and see my reference, which actually, let's just go check that right now. All right, so we're going to remove our, actually, you know what, I want to keep that block in there, because I think, oh yeah, no, we should be able to, yeah, we might not even need to move anything. We should be able to just drop everything into place. Hopefully. I mean, we're going to have to pay close attention to our posters, and make sure that they are all level. We're also going to need to keep an eye on fold over, what is showing, because as a continuous screen now, we have to kind of take into consideration, also everything in the background, the bars in that planter. Shoe Games, what is going on? How are you doing? You have come at a really positive moment in creating these screens. I have developed a tether method to keep everything straight, except for the poster. The poster is manual. But everything else, although, here we go. Although, I did not think of this. Let's see what happens. That will be the problem. The electrical connector will continually cause us strife. And each one of those you're going to want to take out individually anyway, because if you don't, I think what's going to happen now is where we'd probably want to put that flooring in, because we're going to use that as some reference, right? So we're going to put our flooring in, just so we have reference for our poster. And we could drop in a screen. We would, it would be best to drop in the first, but we're gonna see if we can't figure this out. And actually, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to line this entire thing with the exact same poster, except maybe at the end, and then just use different stickers in the middle of everything. And then we're going to try flags and see if we can't get a continuous wave from one end to another. Excuse me. All right, so now we're going to grab our full floor. And we're going to fight with everything until it finds its home. And it will be a fight. We have all kinds of stuff in there. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to grab our poster, which now we should have that one in the back, right? And what did I say? So we have a full-scale poster here. And we wanted to bring, I believe, so down to about here. Okay, we're going to lose some of that lettering. So let's use this more of our, I'd say to about here. And the best kind of way to see if your poster is parallel is sort of here-ish. But unfortunately now we're going to get some weird, wacky lighting. So boom. Probably, and let's just kind of see what we got. Did I move? Oh, we lost our poster. Okay. So we need to remove these. These need to go. Okay. That needs to go, that needs to go, and that needs to go. And because that poster was stuck on the back of that and blah, blah, blah. All right, let's just get rid of those. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go old school tradish, and we're going to just manually place all this in here. We could try the other way, but I think it pushes it too far back. So now what we're going to do here is all manual placements. Yay! Not really. And we're going to fight a little bit. Drop that down. Just kind of see, make sure everything looks parallel. And we don't look like we're at a wacky angle. Drop that in there. Change our camera perspective. And actually, with this setup, I would probably go floor panel to floor panel with each one of these, just so I'm like facing it as dead on as possible. So let's rotate that. Let's get in here, drop our camera again. That would be nice, if I didn't have that ceiling there. All right, see how we're crooked? We see it now. Yeah, I totally see it now. Okay. So, I would probably try to stay as centered as possible on each one of these that you do. So that your camera is dead nuts straight. And looking down over the top of it seems to help a little bit. You could try to start finagling it, but you may run into some problems doing that. And then again, now, unfortunately, there's a lot of shifting. And I swear the posters are not cut to an exact edge. I really think they are. Because if you look here, we have some straight lines with all these light panels, right? But look at the angle of everything else. That's a little bit off angled, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to say right about there. Full scale poster, brought down. And let's say to that line on the next light over, right? All right. Now, hopefully, we can remove you. Thank you. We'll get rid of you and you. We'll swing back over here. And now we're actually going to remove our blocks. We know what we need now, so we can get rid of some of this stuff, because we know we can put it back in and it's going to be what we need where we need it. So we do have a little bit of leeway here. So now we're going to kind of sneak under, or just, I like to use the exact same angle I'm shooting with. So then, and we may need to, lose the, did I delete the wrong thing? Which angle am I at? I'm in the center. Moron. You don't know what you're doing. We're going to get rid of all the blocks. No, we should probably actually have kept the other one so we knew where our placement was. If the colors were better, I would color change them as I moved. Awesome, Zoo. Business trip. I hope you can find a way to add a little pleasure to your business. As to not have it be complete business, but A little bit of fun would be nice. Alright, let's try that again, shall we? Now that we know where we are. I don't know about awesome stream, but, yeah, you know, tolerable stream. Hopefully sometimes a learning stream. That's always my goal. Get people inspired. Somebody really hit me today, was like, you really inspired me to build again. And I was like, man, that's freaking awesome. That felt super good. Let me tell you. And that looks pretty centered. We are too far forward. We will pull that back a little bit. Again, it looks like a slight adjustment, but what we need to do now, unfortunately, is now we need to do all this over again. But it looks like I got my center pretty close on the poster, so if we can keep that in mind. Oh, no, I don't have to remove my poster. That's awesome. But we do. Okay, so every one of these I make, I want to be on the exact same plane to hopefully keep that poster as flat as possible. And again, for this one, just for, just so I'm not trying to figure out some sort of an art, oh, Jesus, really? Some sort of an art project. At least we'll know this is flat. Where I just want to keep consistency. So I'm going to just keep rolling these around. And then we'll just use stickers. That shit's crooked, ain't it? Yes, it is. Look at that. Look at how crooked that is. And that's probably due to light panel collision. My guess. 1, 2. We could, try to flatten that out. And hope for the best. We could also try to replace. We could also maybe move our light panel out of the way. Oof. Okay. That's always scary. It really is. Although I wonder now if we could, because we're floating, you know what I'm saying here? I'm just curious, let's give it a shot. It's either going to work or it won't. Oh, our dots are going to be different too, aren't they? Yeah. I wonder if... No, let's stay with what you're doing. Make sure to cover all the screen. Okay. That looks a little flatter, doesn't it? Is it just me, or am I... Yeah, that looks flatter to me. Alright, we could now, I guess, maybe even bring out the lettering a little bit. And hopefully... Or we just cut the lettering off until the end. Cut the lettering off until the end. Alright, boom. Now we're going to get rid of this light panel. Now we're going to move floor position so our camera is as front on as possible. Okay, now for this, I'm going to put my short wall in briefly. Because we do need to extend off of the edge of this. So we're going to put that in there. And we know we need to come out to about here because this last screen, when I say screen, I'm just like, you know, planter. And again, we're not flat. That's better. Can't see anything. 1, 2. Lurgan, Durgan, Schlurgan, Durgan, Flurgan. We need to come out to that first line roughly, which is probably right there on the floor. Yeah, if I didn't have to frickin' change my perspective here, or my rotation, I'd actually see what the heck was going on. What am I driving into there? You know what? Restart. Again, though, with that kills me. Alright, out to the extended portion of the first line, which I think would be, let's call it that line on the floor. I don't know if you can see what I'm referring to there, but that line on the floor right there. Alright. Get rid of you. I guess we could keep you now, because you're there. And this one's going to go behind for some bizarre reason. Nope. Alright, so now let's try and make sure this is as flat as possible. You know what I mean, though? Like, just keep changing a camera angle just a tad. 1, 2. Nope. Hope and pray that today I'm just a bill, and I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. Oh, is this so much fun? It's like there are days when I'm building, I'm like, how is this fun? And then I'm like, oh yeah, because I'm creating stuff. But you know, there's times where I'm like, man, all I do is repeat the same stuff to finally get to something that is either not really worth it or maybe worth it. Let's hope that we are right with these. I have no clue, to be honest with you. No freaking concept. We got, which one? That's higher. Okay, let's redo that one. Which is weird that it's higher. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't look it. But it is, considerably. So that's the thing with the game. It's, you know, with, well, not the game, the building of the portion of the game, is that nothing ever seems to quite be perfect. Even snapped, you can't count on perfection. You know what I mean? It's just, it's the closest you'll get to it, but it will not necessarily be flat. And again, the reason, you know, that I think, you know, if I had to repeat from, I think, last night, is because they all have a collision bubble. I can't even see how close that other one is. All right, let's go with center on this, not necessarily distance, which I think that's causing our problem. Yeah, that's part of our problem right there. All right, we'll try to call that center. I can't see, so I don't really know. Maybe. And again, we got to first run, excuse. So who knows what we're going to get? You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Now let's do a save. We're going to make you better. We're going to make you better. We're getting really close. Right on, Zoo. Thank you very much. And you know I really, really appreciate it. Another good reason to do it is to take into account that if you don't do it, the universe might end without it ever having existed. No pressure. Well, I'm sure if I didn't figure this out, somebody else would have. That's the thing with this game. All right, so now we have to start from here. All right. We're going to try and pull these all back just a tad too. Oops. So I was doing, all right, let's bring it all the way so it hits that black line there. The double line instead of the lighter line. Please work. No, don't just do that. Always got to check to see whether or not I deleted something. It's just, you have to. Alright, so we're here. Let's connect out here. Come back around. We can't see behind us. That's okay. Dive right in. Bring that to, let's go right edge to edge right there. Take a look. Hope for the best. Oh, look at you. You're going to need to move up. I can see it already. Yep. But, hold on. Yeah, that all need this. Ooh, and we're sticking out here. Okay, so we need to move this poster, and this is why we do this. So this poster needs to move dramatically in at least one set of dots, because we got one line of dots plus the edge of poster. So if we move it into, say, here, this dot, I think we'll be okay. So we know we're going to have to do that with the other one. Or we find another reference line on the floor, which, can totally help. All right, so full scale. I'm going to bring this in to the inner line, maybe, like right here. See, it's weird, like, the points seem like they should line up, but the dots don't. And you line up the dot, now that one's higher. So, do I want to line up the dot, or do I want to line up I guess we're going to line up the dot. Okay. Oh, and you're not flat, are you, you son of a gun? Yeah, you might work. All right. And we're going to do the same one. Oh, yeah, I'm going to use, what line did I use? That inner line there. Watch it be too short now. In dots we trust. I agree. Drop that. 1, 2. Get rid of you. Copy you. Which means I should start just all the way over again. Make sure everything is dot lined. Like this one is not. We're going to have to redo that one. Which means we should do that one now. Because we're going to go around in this. Yeah, so let's do that one first. Alright. In dots we trust. That was good. Das gut. I wish I could do this, but actually, can I? Yeah, right? Man, that would be so good. You know what I'm saying? Finally have one that's freaking, that wouldn't be centered though. We'd lose. What are we going to lose? We're going to lose all that writing. All right, let's stick to plan, stick to plan, stick to plan. Put stickers in, call it a day. Although some of these we may need to micro adjust on. You know, maybe pulling the screen back a little bit, you know, or we may need to readjust posters. I don't know. I mean, again, experiment. This is sketch number like 4 or 5. First portions of the sketch were actually this is finalizations. This is one of our hard tracings right now. Our sketch is upstairs there. Okay, so now we need to be able to see that line on the floor. Which I can't, of course. I said the inner line, right? Yeah, like here. Okay. See, the dots look lined, but they, at the same time, you know what I mean? Alright, that looks decent. I'm not gonna quibble too much at the moment. We're gonna go do a save. Save. And then we start from the left side, because we're in the behind of it. Now we're in the back, so we're gonna be on the left. And go around to the right, which actually, yeah, and the reason being is tether stuff. And I want to be where again? The second dot in, right? We're going to bring that line right up to that black dash right there. The darker dash. Son of a... Waiting for this glorious moment, only for utter disappointment. And most of this is actually now we got to make sure that we are, what the hell was I saying? We're still within the screen, you know what I mean? That's what I meant to say. So far, so good. Ooh, look at you, look at you. Yeah, buddy. Victory on that. Now we see when the other screen's going whether or not it looks as good. And, you know, we could probably go up a little bit. Get the more of the hexagram in there. Hexa, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But, you know, we have a rough idea of where everything needs to lay, you know, so we're, you know, some of it might be a little bit tweaking just to your taste, but, pardon me, now we can kind of even distract from that a little bit, all right? We're going to check the end one again on this side too, just to make sure that we are, this one is not going to go peeking out, right? See where we are with the ends. The rest of it, yeah, we're going to have to be really concerned, but it all kind of, with the posters, it sort of starts near the end. Yeah. A little bit different. Actually, that one's a little better. But we know now that we want this. I think actually I may have used the edge of the poster there. I used this line, the interior line. So I used here. So this is where I think. So yeah, I think we may need to use that line. No, it couldn't have been. It's this line. Yeah, this line right here. No, it is this line. And then this one would be Yeah, so it's this line here is what I was using for reference, that inner line. Okay, good to know. All right, so now, and what's awesome here, and I really expected this to tear out the poster, is the fact that it doesn't. And then now what we would do, and then you were correct in dots we do trust. Oh, we're so close to finishing this one. Look at how much like better, all that work is paying off now. All the little manual. All right, well, we kind of had the idea. All right, now, so it needs to kind of be like this. So, okay, what if we do this? Oh, okay, well, then we'd set this up and blah, blah, blah. And now we've refined it from 100 moves down to a few dozen. Actually, we've really streamlined this. We don't have shims to worry about. I'm starting to think about it more like the part. Okay, what are we using? What are we using? All right. Let's chuck some stickers in here just to make it look good. I'm going to hit mute while I chew on this tasty Starburst. It's always a little strange when it gets cut off like that. And you're like, wait a minute. That's not what I wanted. But because it didn't actually lay flat on that, because my camera was. See, it shouldn't matter where my camera is. If it's supposed to lay flat on something, I should be able to be off angle and, actually I should move this one in. Oh, there's a little red on both of those actually, so that's actually not bad. What the hell was I saying? Yeah, you should be able to be off angle and yet still place the part properly. Sorry. Complete lack of train of thought there for a second. My gears slipped. My gears are slipping. I wonder if we should go larger with that. I mean, we are in screen. Yeah, let's go larger with that. And that's the time to do it. Oh. That's why. I was like, oh, what's going on there? Okay, and we're gonna do. I don't know where this is going to end up, so this should be interesting. Hope we should be able to see all the bits of screen. So I'm kind of curious as to, if I can make something like this happen. You know what I mean? But for now, I just kind of want to see where things lie. And are you cut off because of poster? Or are you cut off because of something else? Hmm. Interesting. What the hell? Craziness. Hold on a second. Give me a wall. Give me the smooth concrete. Okay, we're having a... Oh, okay. All right. We're good. We're good. We're good. Mm-hmm. Okay. You gotta hope we're not gonna fold over on anything, you know? All right, just, for now, let's see what we get. And for those of you still here hanging out, thank you very much. I appreciate the company. More than you know. I do spend an awful lot of time, aside from work, by my lonesome. Which, it's not a bad thing necessarily, but most of my friends are in relationships or have moved away. My brother, like good 3 hours away. Yeah, 2.5. 3 if traffic gets crazy, but pretty much 2.5. So I dig on hanging out with you folk here. Nobody got my earlier TV quote, by the way. I'm just going to throw that out there. You got NC. No class. One of my favorite cartoons growing up. See, when I was a kid, they had Saturday morning cartoons. You looked forward to Saturday morning. Got up early, got your cereal. Yep, needs to go up. But for now, I'm not gonna nitpick too much. We do need, so I would probably set your first poster and then just try to follow suit. That's right, I forgot I can just breeze through the posters, can't I? But they have a backing, which is freaking awesome. Like, what a great... And it's such a great little building tool as well. I mean, the shim factor with the poster is phenomenal. Why? Why? Why can't I be perfect every single time? Are you guys even hearing the wind noise Like, I don't know if what you guys are actually hearing, because I feel really bad that I don't have music, for people. Um, shit, that sticker's got to go smaller. Oh, and up. That means the other one does too. Well, actually, let's see. Because if I don't have to move, it does need to go smaller. All right. So get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. Oh, I guess getting rid of you, which sucks because that's the flipped over one. You're better off being smaller with your sticker than larger, just so you are aware. So let's fit this into the confines roughly. Then we're going to lose our fingertip there. Bring that in a little bit more, and just at least up into, because we know that red's dipping. Okay. We're going to come up on the edge of that, I think. Roughly the same size. Yeah, one of my hands is bigger than the other, I think. But we need to make sure that we're up higher. Yeah, so that needs to be... And if we have to, we can go through and do some other adjustments, if you will. That one's a little bigger, but... Actually, yeah, it's nice. We have this all set up. All we got to do is copy. Swing on over to here. Shrink you down. That looks a little better. Yeah, because now we got more of that stuff up top there. Bring you here-ish. Perspectively is going to throw us off a little bit too on our size, but... And then we're going to redo... We actually don't need you. We're going to take... What's the other one I have? That one. Rotate you around. I don't know why I'm using this one. It just no particular order here. But we do need to, yeah, this needs to go smaller if I remember correctly. So we'll make that a little bit smaller. We'll keep it in the confines. Although, no, that's not too bad. Actually, no, that works. Okay, never mind. Right out to the edge a little bit of the black there. Gotcha. Hey, Devante. Welcome, welcome. Dip, dip, Oreos for everyone. Yeah, because my singing's just so wonderful. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm trying out for American Idol. It's final. American Idol, where I can be judged by Simon Cowell. He's gotten less of a jerk lately. I don't know if you noticed that. I don't know if it's because it's one of my guilty pleasures. I like the beginning, the auditions for America's Got Talent, Britain's Got Talent. When I see it on YouTube, that's usually where I see it. America's Got Talent, although I could get BritBox. The Voice, anything with singing and some sort of talent. I like the beginning, when they the audition portion. After that, I don't really care who wins, and I don't watch the rest of it. But I generally will watch all the auditions. Some of it's really great. There's some amazing talent in this world. It blows me away at these, like, 7-year-old kids, like, singing opera like they're 40. It's like, who's in you? Like, how are you singing like that? Your vocal cords are barely even formed. You can barely speak. Yet, they're like, la, 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 and you're like, what the heck? What are you doing? Oh, it's working. It's working. Shh, don't say it. Don't say that. Don't. As soon as you say it. I think we can do a double-sider too. We're going to try that at some other point. And I don't know why I'm building this in the middle of random nowhere-ness. I'm going to have to do another, like, little vignette. Like up there to post it. Ah, I knew it. The sticker was going to be too big. Okay. Well, let's redo that one. And it's so nice. We're not... Man, it's like, oh well, got to redo that. It's... Everything is... We have a setup now that we're not fucking shimming crap, trying to figure out where stuff goes. Although, you will have times with that. But this is so great. It's like, oh, yeah, I just got to move that, redo it. And then, I'm not spending an hour trying to freaking, place the darn screen. Oh, I just love those light bulb moments. Love those light bulb moments. I really, really do. I'm like, wait a minute. I figured out I can get the straight on ones better. Because if you try to do the middle of the line like we're doing here, it doesn't work when they're next to each other because it doesn't take up the full floor panel. But here, because we're, in an arch, it does. What the hell am I doing? Oh, yeah, okay. Gotta work. Oh, my goodness. Excuse me. That's what happens when you eat plastic. When I say that, I'm referring to Starburst. It's got like a, it's sometimes I don't know why I like them, to be honest. Part of me is like I'm still in the process of trying to freaking stop smoking. So I've been. It's hard for me to not smoke when I'm being creative. That's the hard part, I think. Like when I play guitar, I wish I could be smoking while I'm playing, but I have to be. If I'm upstairs, I got to be open the window and lean every part of my body outside. I could smoke in the room, but I try not to. And usually now when I'm smoking, okay, that's a little too far back. No problem. I thought it might have been. But again, like, I'm not manually freaking placing crap around and, I'm spending 20 minutes just to put that one back in because, it was a little too far back. I just had to do that. And if it's still not right, it's like, okay, I just gotta, yep. So I have to carry that a little further back. And actually, I moved it forward instead of pulling it back this last time. I realized that afterwards. I'm like, wait a minute. I went back to the old reference on that one. So we need to bring this a little further back, so we're going to kind of inch it a little bit more than we might have on the other ones. Because those two bars on the interior are showing. I can't stop the nip, by the way. That's my arthritis. And why are you still? Do I have to go back that much further? Really? I didn't think so. I thought we had you already planned out pretty nicely there. What's going on with that? Mm-hmm. Have I been going to the bottom? No, I've been going to the top. I'm like, did I miss something that I did? So this one we might have to finagle a little bit more than I thought. I don't know why, but... Alright, we're good. Okay. We got to go a little further back on that one for some reason. I don't remember why, and I don't even remember if there was a reason. That just seemed a little odd. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute, why are you being so difficult? And I probably don't even need to go back that far. But the rest of them, I'm like right here. Like I know right where I was. Today's Thursday, isn't it? Sweet. Only 2 more days of work. Looking good, looking good. A little height difference here. We could probably shim that. That might be the reason why we had that issue. But for now, we'll tolerate that little... You know what? Do I want to? I'm like, do I want to tolerate that? You know what? Yes, we'll tolerate that for now. We know that it's nothing we can truly do about that. That is a... Well, we could put that shim in there, yes. But that is a floor panel issue. A phasing thing, if you will. Or a collision, non-collision issue. And blammo. One full screen. That is awesome. And I know if we we could probably throw some sticker stuff in here and have it do weird crap. And then once the flags are going through it, it would probably do some really neat stuff. Now, we could also put the block back in, all right? Bring it to a point and then do the side screen here. Roll around, because we can, it seems, at this moment anyway, it seems as if we can, delete the carts and not, what is top what? I'm not sure top. What are you talking top? Before I say, what are you meaning? Top what? Top, what am I missing? Oh yeah, the light, thank you. If that's what you're meaning, I don't know. Oh yeah, we got to make sure these aren't cutting behind. Good point. I mean, it shouldn't be, we did measure. But Putting things in afterwards is always a mystery of what's going to actually get. All right. So where do we have electrical symbols? There, and there. You, and hopefully nothing deleted. Excellent. It was about the point you were aiming at. I'm still confused, but what else is new? Boom. Okay, now we've got our light source in. Ah, okay, we should be able to put the blocks in. We might not be able to delete them afterwards, but we're gonna do a test run on something because actually no, I could start from the back. Yeah, because I'm building wall down. So actually, I'm not really worried about it. Never mind. I figured out a way to roof cap it last night. It was about the point you were aiming at. Confused. All right, so now we gotta. Oh, the headset's gonna die. Hold on. Can you hear me? About the point you were aiming at. Oh, to place a card. Okay. Confused. All right, so. Can you hear me? Now we gotta. Am I audible? Can I say that without being sued by that company? It's just a word. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. I turned my volume up. All right, give me a moment, please. I must stand and stretch my legs for a moment. Ow. Ooh, these old bones. They're not doing so great these days. The bloom. It's bright. Oh, glory. That is looking mighty fine, if I do say so myself. Mighty fine. Mm-hmm. 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 Snap, 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 snap. Oh, we got tons of stuff up in there. How is this going to work better? Should I be in the middle? Should I be up higher? I should be up a little higher. All right, now we have to make the case, right? Thankfully, this works really well. I actually like this quite a bit. You know, you don't need the... Come on. This is a game all in itself. It really is. Find the snap point. Will the floor panel find the snap point? Tune in tonight. Fighting with snap points tonight on WGEX. What is it? Yeah, GK? Yeah, WGK. X. X. Oh, yeah, no, radio station or something, TV station, that could work, you know. So I would probably want to build a full circle, which unfortunately we've now deleted all of our crap. But we actually do have a center point, which is right where all of those, I believe right where all of those things are right there. So we could bring a floor panel over and kind of create a new center point. And even if it were off a little bit, um, it still would work. Okay, so now what I would probably do is, if I'm not using those end pieces, right? Take a wall at this point and just kind of, you want to just, you don't want to cover and this is where it would be tough because this is probably good why we saved. Because you don't want to be too close where you lose that little curvature on the edge. But you want to be close enough where you're not getting a light gap, right? So I'm going to try this. See where we're at. It's kind of that inner wall. All right, cool. So that's kind of a good spot. We're not going to use this particular one because we have a weird gap. So let's get rid of that. Let's bring in that. It looks like we could have gotten a little closer as well. So now we have, our kind of our platform for phasing, or for like not phasing, but so we're gonna yeah, for phasing. I mean, this is for kind of getting and we could slide it back a little bit if we wanted to, which we probably should. And actually, come to think of it, we could probably sneak a poster on this wall. We've got that upper line to follow, see? That kind of keeps us in line. Keeps our center line anyway. Now this again would be a time to, have a buddy around and be like, hey, where am I? And they could be like, yeah, no, too close, too close. All right, good. Right there, drop it, I'm trying to create a reference. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty good. It's actually not bad at all. All right. But now we have, now we have our casing, which now means at least have the wall portion covered up. You know, we can cover this with some other stuff, and actually, once the roof goes on, we shouldn't have any worries about that. Now, you could use a half wall here and just, you know, use that. Obviously, we're going to have a little step back. But, you know, hopefully, you know, the way you're building it, and again, all of these are situational. You never know exactly what, uh, you know, where you're going to build it, how you're going to, you know, what your final outcome is. I mean, at least I never do. I'm like, I have no clue what the hell I'm ever building. Like, I'm just happy I can remember how to build half the time. All right, so that looks pretty even. I'm pretty happy with that. This one's a little closer, actually. Yeah, it's actually a lot closer. What am I talking about? Try to move some of our stuff out of the way here. Might help a little bit. There we go. It's a little better. Although we should probably move that forward a little bit. Yeah, see there's still a little bit of light peak. But that's okay, actually. I mean, there's a ton of things we could use to fill in that gap and actually make it look appropriate. Not super concerned. We could bring it in, we could step it in a little bit more. I mean, we have some options. That's the nice thing. All right, so once we have that, then we got to figure out, all right, how are we going to cap the roof, right? How are we going to hide the rest of that? Which, you know, once you're done here, you could, actually, you know what I would do here probably is, it's right past the line. I was going to say I would maybe half floor this. Oh, it's so close. But I bet you could get away with, you know, let me try a half wall instead. So I'm like, do I want to center? No, because we don't want all that poking out the front. We want a little bit. So to that first line right there. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, okay. Now we wouldn't necessarily have to do. And then once we put the roofing in, we're going to do roof panel. It's going to, yeah, see, it's going to hang over a little bit unless you custom size. So that's what we're going to attempt to do. We're going to attempt some custom size, and it's going to be, this is where things start to be manually placed. Is now when you're building the casing. All right, so and here we're going to face collision issues. And actually here we're not even going to be able to tell whether or not yeah, because the floor is different. How do I have that one set up? No, it's just, okay, thankfully it's the same orientation. Yeah, it's different. The way the floor panel is marked, it's a little bit different. Alright, so where are you on the bottom here? You're kind of right by that line, okay. We'll deal with it for now. Okay, so now what I'm going to want to do is, this is placed on centered with the block, which means that if I adjacency here, oh wait, I don't even need to do that. Let's see what happens. Then move this back, take you out of there, take you out of there, move you back. There are two ways we could do this. We could custom size, or because if we try to put a roof on now, let's see what happens, right? If we try to put any roofing on, it's going to hang over considerably, right? And it's not considerable. It just needs to be lowered properly. But if I and this is a manual placement craziness, so bear with. I mean, we have the lights in there. We don't really need these right now, I suppose. We could probably get rid of them. Plus, we have a save. So, you know what? Away you go. That should help quite a bit, actually. Granted, we still have the ones that are interior. That didn't change. Needs to go down a little bit more. and needs to come forward, it looks like. Oh no, that's actually a good, but it does need to come down. That's actually a good distance. Alright, we just need to bring that down a hair. A hair. So this is where it's going to run into the nightmare part. So now I'm going to have to figure out, okay, so that's manual placement stuff. Alright, so we're going to copy you, delete you, replace you, center you. You're going to come down. Say there. Oh, 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 hey, oh. Go up a little bit, but yeah. Actually, we could, if we could stay there, we'd have a whole different trim if we could do that on every one, but I see a problem already. I think we're only gonna, oh yeah, that's a wicked problem, isn't it? We'd have to tether all that in. Or again, we'd have to custom size. Can we extend out that far and not get in the way and still be able to, so we got one, yeah, we might be able to once it gets out that wide. Alright, so you are currently where? So we need to be probably above these black dots a little bit, okay. Probably right to about there, I would guess. Right on that line. Let's see what happens. Up higher. I mean, again, we could conceivably just leave this. It's at the height isn't bad actually. It's it works if I can keep the consistency. It changes it altogether. Mystery X, what's going on? Right on. Thank you for sneaking yourself in. Appreciate it. We've got a snappable method. Well, we've got a more accurate method. Let's say that. It's not snappable, but it is definitely more accurate than what we were doing. So we're going to come up here. I should probably have another block underneath just to, because now I'm just guessing, you know. I don't have, oh, you know what? If I had the wooden block texture out, I could probably figure it out. You know what? I'm curious. What if I just bring it to where it does that? Snap that in. Get a short wall going. Yeah, no, that'd have to be manually done every time, or I'm going to be at about that height, and we're going to create a whole new look. We're going to be cutting off a bunch of stuff. Unless, what can I do here that can... There's a point where it's too high and a point where it's too low, you know, and unless I somehow magically, yeah, magically, so it's about halfway between all of that. Okay. So what did we do? We brought our block back in, right? Brought it up on here. Oh no, we used the light panel, which I got rid of. But it's the same thing. No, it's not. It's a different position at that point. So you need those light panels in. When's the last time we saved? Stickers? We're about to find out. Because sometimes when they phase in towards the screen, you can't get it out. You can't find a place to delete sometimes. So I've just gotten into the practice of not trying to get things because of the collision bubble on it. But yeah, that makes sense. And I did not think of that. But why I haven't been putting, I'm very cautious about, what ends up in those collision bubbles. I mean, granted, we have save, which is nice. And time for a little square chunk of chewy plastic. I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. I hate chat lag, and like my brain is already moving. Like, I'm like, all right, what am I doing? All right, do this. Okay, done. Okay, next. What'd you say in chat? Hold on. What did I say? What are you answering? Only one. Okay, what? Use the short walk. Oh, the one. Okay, this one I'm standing on. Um, Honestly, I didn't think about it. That's to be the actual. Like, I really wasn't thinking about that. That's why you guys are here to remind me that there's other ways to look at it. And that's what I love about this game and the building in it. It's like how I do something and how somebody else does something to achieve the same effect is pretty cool too, you know. Like, so didn't somebody just come out with another how to build a sphere, you know, but a different method, right? All right, now we have all that. Yeah, it looks like I should be able to have enough room between. I mean, a custom size one would definitely give me the room. You know, I could kind of custom size it to this. All right, let's do a save so I don't got to do that again. Like all the little kiosks, like this is full scale because I was just last night. I'm like, all right, I want to show people what this, what is possible. And I don't post anything ever, so I was like, these are kind of neat. Maybe I'll actually post something. But I didn't want it to look all janky with just like the planter sticking out. And you're like, yeah, okay, you stuck some planters together. You know, I kind of wanted to make it look like it was supposed to. And taking a picture of it doesn't quite work. No, because of what I'm doing here. You know, that's why I'm. So how I did, and you know what? I'm like, that's why I'm just like, all right, I need a break from this project. You know, I'm at a certain point. I'm like, okay, I know where I'm at. Like, step away for a minute, look at it in a different light, and go from there. All right, are we wired or no? We didn't wire when we saved, or are we wired? Do we have a no? Because I have that. Where am I? What time is it? Do I have to work in the morning? That would be funny to my brother right now. Okay, just you were lit. Okay, gotcha. John Hall, what is going on? How are you? Hell yeah, been too long. What is new? Hope you are doing well. I am surviving every day so far. Should have spun that other thing around. When we came around the other side, I should have rotated the poster from each side. I didn't. I should have flipped. You know what I mean? Not I mean. Not I mean. I just kept. Maybe I didn't. I didn't. No, because otherwise those shapes would be. That one on the right would be on the bottom. I'm talking the poster. How you been? Good to see you. KJ again. KJ and Lava Raid. Whoa, welcome everybody. Thank you for stopping in. We are currently in a wackadoo project on making one continuous screen without any break. And we've started off, all manual placement, all kind of just goofing and guessing. And now we're creating the casing for it. Dude, I have been so busy and unplugged from a lot, and I've been taking a break from Endless for a while too, but I'm pretty good. Good to hear. I'm glad you're doing well. I am worse than a few, better than most. I'm right now. Currently, I'm feeling life burnt out, and thankfully, No Man's Sky. I'm kind of starting to feel creative again. which is helping because life, like work, my job has been, let's just say, not what was expected, and other things. Um, and just life, man. The world's in a crazy state, and as much as I try to help and try to stay positive, it sometimes gets difficult and can tend to wear on the brain. I try to be helpful in everything out in the world and be positive and see a lot of, well, first off, I don't see a lot of faces because they're usually just kind of staring down into their phones, uh, even while they're driving. We do a lot of driving in my job. But, so once we encase this, all of a sudden, the look of a screen becomes more apparent. So right now we're in the process of the kind of the first bit. And this all started with an idea from a single screen, which then led to a vending machine, which then led to a smaller screen from which we see at the end of this here, which then led to the Jumbotron, which then led to the curved screen. And during that process, and the little kiosks, which are the smaller screens, which has been a process of, all right, here's a bunch of parts and a bunch of moves to make this, which, as I've been kind of perfecting the idea, it is now, now I'm like, okay, this is the curve we need, because if you go any wider than this, it doesn't work. And instead of manually placing it in, we actually have a way to put it in relatively parallel, straight, flush, have our backlighting for the screen, because the backlighting, as you saw, when I lit this, all of a sudden, hey, look at all the stuff going on in there. Before it was a little cloudy. And like I explained earlier, much like an actual LED television, there's a front panel and a backlight panel. And that's what I was thinking of when doing this. And I work with a lot of televisions. So now we're trying to put a casing around it to hide all of the bits and pieces, so that when you actually look at it, you get something that looks, and this is my first sketch of this from last night. This is actually day 2 of this screen. The Jumbotron's been a hassle in itself. But like, here, so now that we have all that covered, this actually looks more like, a big screen, not like, we have the big top on the floral planter and the containment unit and everything. But with that horizontal hold line and the curvature of the outer portion really gives that effect of, an old, put this, thought into my head, an old CRT, like an old tube television. And now because we're at angles, I can actually get a flag in there more appropriately. And with this one, we did it last night on stream. You can see it. I put 3 flags in there, and from the right to the left, the flag came in, out, in, out, in, and out. And it was, like in succession, like it was going down the screen. And I'm thinking if I can get the flag large enough to fill in the whole thing, what you'll see is, each portion of the poster and sticker kind of come in and out of play, like I did in the city with the skull poster and that flag. And just to step away for just a moment, we will go to the city for a moment so I can show you the Jumbotron for those of you who have not seen it yet. And we're going to manually say before we leave, because we're lit, it's good, we are on track with this. And, it's just been days of trying to create create an item, which unfortunately also means creating a technique to make the item work. So it's been a lot of, it started out with posters and shimming and, this, that, and the other thing. Then but these were also smaller versions. They, no, they were full scale, weren't they? Or no, I scaled them per thing. Oh, goodness, yeah. So, or maybe I left them at, it's not the smallest scale. It had to have been full scale. Yeah. But some, I think, anyway, it started with a lot of manual placement, a lot of manual rotations. And, and when I show you the Jumbotron, you'll see what I mean. It looks okay, but you can tell it's something about it's not quite right, Although with the right deco, it really wouldn't matter if you put because then it would look old and like it's been sitting there for a while. So the things that are put together are now starting to kind of fall apart. And we'll see that with the Jumbotron here in a moment. But yeah, it's nice to kind of get back and look at things and go, okay, now that I have this idea and technique, how would I do that for this? How could I make this work in a similar fashion? But with this type of thing, there is sort of a similar setup with the block and and a short wall and all that. But it's been starting with if we look at it like a drawing, like a rough sketch, just kind of placing parts in there by hand, loosely. And then you were like, okay, I like this part, I like this part, I like this part. Sad 10, what's going on? Who am I missing? Who did I not see here come in? Sad 10, I believe. Viewed, right on, Sad 10. And just kind of playing around with the same idea, but going, okay, how can I make something that looks like a screen, something with some motion but using what we have. Like this is a super subtle one. This is a first attempt when we first got the parts. This was an idea that was given to me by Pez, and then I created what I created, from the base idea, which was really freaking awesome, by the way. Thank you again, Pez. But this is what I'm talking about, like the flag. So, we we have the horizontal hold line, we got some motion in the background, all of this stuff, kind of each one of these, these were all shimmed into place with posters underneath to bring up the thing to fit the space, because I had a space that I was building it in, so I'm working off of this. And now that I can see it in a different way, now I can, with a single screen, I can tether that in, bam, 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 we're done. I'm not entirely sure if this is full size or not. We can definitely check. I think it is. No, it's not. So, to fit in this space, I was doing a lot of, because you're scaling and sizing and hand placing. But, a single screen's not bad. It's when you're trying to line up multiples, and the Jumbotron, which we'll get to in just a moment here. And it started with a static screen, just a single, kind of image. And then we went from that, added in some motion, try to give it a little bit of life. And then and of course the lighting on this right now is horrible. So unfortunately you're going to see not much, because we're currently getting a wicked glare on all the screen. But, this is a Jumbotron, which is basically 6 screens, pushed together as close as I could get them. And this is as close as you can get them, when you stack them, by the way. You can get them closer, but then what happens is the hook or the light bar that rolls over the top of the floral containment unit now sticks through your poster, just enough to be noticeable. So you would have 6 dots, light dots, in the middle of your screen, and it wouldn't look appropriate. So, and these are these custom set? No, these are full scale. But yeah, there we go. It's a little better now. You can actually see what's going on. So that menu drives me insane. It's always in my reference area. It's always in my view inappropriately. It really can be kind of a letdown sometimes. I don't need it anymore. I know where my buttons are. It should be a toggle on off for people who do need it, who are just starting the game and who need that reference. That's very important, and it's a good thing to have. But there should be a way to toggle certain menu items off while you're building. I do not need Alone Amidst the Stars to keep showing up. I could probably turn that off, I think, but, I don't. In creative mode, I definitely don't need, what the part is that I'm building. I've already chosen it. I know what part it is. But again, the Jumbotron, as you can see here, there was a collision issue. We're too close here. We're a little further out over here. My building, there's a little bit of discrepancy right here with something. I have to go through and change that and fix that because I went too high here. But that's an easy fix. That's just dropping it down a little bit. There's another snap point in here I can locate onto. Neurotic Bedlam, what is going on? But that's kind of the succession of the screens and where I am now. All of this has led to finally going, all right, how can I, how do I not have to sit there for 5-10 minutes with one screen until it's lined up perfectly? How can I, and actually instead of warping over, we're just going to reload our manual save. How can I expedite the process and make it so that if other people would like to make this, it's not so much of a headache. At least there's a starting point where everything is kind of like, all right, boom, 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 boom. I'm snapping this in, a tether point. Okay, I've tethered before, but we're using a big wire now. Here's your reference mark. So you know that the screen and everything that you're going to do is going to kind of fall into place. I'm actually going to now have to redo the tutorial because the way I've been showing the screens, it's been a lot of the manual manipulation. Okay, so now we're back on this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a full scale part. It's going to hang over a little bit, but, because all I care about right now is, getting a photo of it or a video of it so I can be like, hey, we figured it out and there's a better way now. Wait for the tutorial, which I will actually make this time. We have a good manual save. We don't need any of that. We're going to bring this back one more, I think. Is where we had it, but if not, we can figure out where we need it. At least they're all here. Thank you, Neurotic. Appreciate that. So, this is, see how nice and even everything is. Yes, there's a little bit of a height difference, but there's not too much we can do about that. We can try shimming it with a poster. We can give that a shot, and we might chuck a poster in there and redo it. But, for the most part, it looks like one continuous, curved screen, and that was the goal. Our next goal is to try to see how it's going to have to be, unfortunately, manual manipulation until I start seeing where, maybe I have some reference I can work with one of the floor panels. But I want to see if I can do how long I can get it stretched out. You're going to need a little curve in order to hide, the other support area, right here where this curves in. So in order to hide that, should have moved that in a little bit more, created one dot. We got a double dot there. Right here, we're better. And this is a little funky here for being, you know, placed in the way we did. Oh, neurotic bedlam. I have nothing better to do with my life at the moment. I'm single. I, work all day, come home. I have no money. Like everyone in the universe, unfortunately. Well, not everybody, but a good percentage of the populace, that's for sure. And because I haven't done any real visual art lately, I try to keep up on my guitar as much as possible. This has been, a great way to kind of carry, do some sort of visual art. And I should have been counting this the whole time, by the way. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to have to actually count it if I want to make a tutorial on it. Well, I'll probably build one as I go on the tutorial, so it'll be one of my wacky, weird live ones, but hopefully it will get the point across. Because I'm not going to edit it, because I can't do that sort of thing. Alright, so we need a couple of these here. We need to be able to see. Then we're going to go back in here. We're going to grab our rooftop again. We're going to put it into free placement. We're going to look here, and we're going to say, yeah, it's about halfway. So what am I looking at for maybe underneath reference? Like, I want to kind of look at that, look down. That's going to be too high. I can sense it already. But we're going to look anyway just to see, because if it's not, at least we have some reference. Neurotic Bedlam. I do play guitar. Well, poorly, but yes. I am self-taught, and boy, does it show. I occasionally create a neat hook. All right, we want to be a block forward. Okay, so we want to be a block forward at least, if not two. Okay, so let's bring these forward. 1, 2, 3. Where are you from? You were looking for a drum beat. So nice. I see. That's what I miss. I used to have a friend that I jammed with all the time, right when I was first teaching myself, and I was learning scales and whatnot. I had a really cool book of scales. The free book of the bullshit free book of scales. It was like this printed thing out of a guitar magazine that a coworker, an artist I used to work with, gave to me. And all right, so I, it's tab. So I taught myself tab. He kind of, he gave me a rough instruction on it. He's like, all right, this is kind of how you read it. And then I was like, all right, I think I got it. So anyway, to make the story longer or more endless, I practiced the crap out of the scales. I was on YouTube. I had a couple of friends who played. My pops plays. My pops didn't really teach me anything. Still hasn't. I'm kind of bummed about that, to be honest. Although we have tried to jam, but he's so seasoned. He plays out all the time, and he's been playing, since he was a kid. He's like 76. Yeah, we're like 5 years apart. Not 5 years apart, but there's when I'm 51, so he's 76. 5 years more, you know what I mean. I'm trying, like, royalty-free music on stream I would love. And I have one station that I know I can use. It's a YouTube station, because I like to keep it mellow when I'm building. All right, so we're going to have to kind of use that as our guide, right? So if I take this, and we're bringing that forward one, right? We decided on that. 1, 2. And we could place a wall here. Oh, you know what? We could place a floor up on that. Use the lines on the floor as a guide. Hey, how about thinking about things? But we can also just do this too. We can just see where we phase through, and that works just fine as well. But yeah, I mean, where are you from? If you live anywhere near me, I will figure out a way to meet with you so we can jam. 'Cause I love music. I'm a horror, I don't know, I know some theory, which has been helpful, you know what I mean? Which I get, uh, I'm a good learner. I'm a fast study. But, at this point, I feel plateaued with my stuff, you know what I mean? You want to talk about me and like one of the most scary, and I should probably be using light at about this point, like so I can see where the hell I am actually. Um, uh, so I'm maybe 5, 6 months into, teaching myself how to play, right? And my buddy who used to come over to jam, he did a lot of open mics. And he would come over and, he'd play his tunes and I would, try to, and this is at first it was electric, but then um, oh, John, thank you. I know, right? New Brunswick, Connecticut? If you say Connecticut, I'm going to frickin' lose my mind. But yeah, I'm a lefty, taught myself righty. I kind of didn't have a choice. um, oh, Canada. Well, there's a New Brunswick, Connecticut. So, hey, not a total dumbass. um, is that going to be enough? I don't think so, but we'll try. Oh, man, that's too bad. I have a friend. I always forget where frickin' Perry lives. We're from Perry. Freaking awesome dude, by the way. I think he was one of some mounted police. I know he was like on the Canadian like special forces or something crazy like that. Got a picture of himself jumping out of a plane, all crazy. Looks like super guy. He is good. He's a good guy, and he's into like old school video games and everything, which is dope. And this we would actually, believe it or not, I would probably hand place that in, but we're gonna try to kind of bring this into a point where um, I think we can midway it here. I wish there was a way to jam live with somebody where my buddy and I, we've tried doing FaceTime, but it just, whoever's playing, it just ends up cutting in and out all the time, and it just turned into a complete nightmare. We're like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. So we kind of gave up on it. Um, but I wish there was a way where, like, I could jam with somebody like online and not have that freaking wacky delay. You know what I mean? All right, if we're in the middle, we're a little too far out. Not. All right, you know what? Hey, how about freaking some light? What about that? You know? How about that torch that you were given? That thing works. There's a reason for it. It provides all kinds of fun things like light when you can't see anything in the dark. No, not for that. Oh, no kidding, Sue. I don't live too far from there. A couple of like 2 hours, I think. Um, I'm right in Massachusetts. I'm in right by Springfield, about 15, 20 minutes from Springfield. Alright, so that's too... Okay, is it just me or is that block now? Look, that's my perspective. Okay. Well, enjoy. Thank you for stopping in. Enjoy your guitaring. I am probably going to do a little bit of playing. What time is it? Oh my God. You know, the time just freaking flies with this game. It's ridiculous. Aha, mark. I see a mark I can use. Nice. Well, Neoteric Bedlam. I am on Beeble's Discord. I have it, you know, you can find me on Discord. Definitely. So please hit me up on Discord. I think I'm Action Pants Gaming on there, as far as I know. Okay, thanks. But I'm somewhat of a moron when it comes to some of the Discord stuff. I'm new to all that. There we go. Bingo, bango, bongo. Okay, so I even found a reference mark. We're good. It's freaking awesome. The only other way you would, if you were wanted to do a dual screen, unfortunately, what you would have to do is create a custom size roof and do what I'm doing now. Or you could put a block in there with, but yeah, and like Wild Bear was saying earlier, put the roof cap in first, then tie in all of your stuff, which would be the way to go about it. So good call on that, by the way, Wild Bear. Right on, Neotech. Sounds great. If we could make that work, that'd be awesome. Then I could actually get my buddy to do it as well. Although he said he's not really playing these days. He's got a girlfriend now. Like I said, all my friends ended up in relationships, and now it's like, I guess I'm the last single guy. But it always happens every time anyone needs to get out of their house. Oh, go to Kev's. He's got the video games and... Alright, where was I on that? What line? Oh yeah, that line. We can go over there and enjoy Nip Nip without getting yelled at. Why does that seem way to fork off? That doesn't seem right. Why is that not right? Oh, because I'm going the wrong way, you moron. I'm like, oh, hey. So I found my reference point. It works perfectly. And then this is just a question of, can you phase on? And then, your levels are pretty accurate. I mean, a little tweaky here and there, but again. Actually, I should have been doing that the whole freaking time, right? No, because this one's centered. Everyone's centered but the end. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay. The end one is the one that we have to worry about. Gotcha. Why do you not seem like you're not centered? Why is that? What am I doing wrong here? I'm gonna have to double check on all that now. You should be centered. You are... on that freaking plane. That's where we sent everything. I mean, if it's not, it's okay. You know, as long as it looks good, we can do that. It does not have to be 100% centered. Just as to say, hey, you know what? I look good. I know I'm a little crooked, but I'm feeling all right. And hopefully last but not least, interesting. Oh, what did I do over here? I did something. Yeah, I had to move it over even. Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right, boom. Boom. All right, so we had to move it over a block. And then we were on, where's our center point here? We are on the inner block, but that little mark right there that I was looking at. Okay, so, but we need that other thing for what? So the inner block, bink, bink. And our center point is actually lining up to, where are you? Right there, I see ya. Come on, don't be shy. It's alright. I know the menu's in your eye and you can't see a darn thing. Oh! Look at that. You gotta be kidding me. Is it because of that block? Yeah, it totally was. I was like, why is this one? It's not working. Alright, are we done? Do we have a roof? Is our roof on fire? Are we fire? Are we fire now? Does that look good? Why is that so weird? Are you doing the same thing? No, you're not. We're crooked. Okay. That's what the problem is. We're crooked. Crooked. Yep, we're crooked. I can see it. Okay. Damn it. Rah, rah, rah. You also don't have a wall on the left side. Oh, is that miss? Oh, thank you. But yeah, there's there's always something, isn't there? All right, let's try and get at least flush to the area we need to be. I keep hitting, yeah, I'm not in the right, I gotta be in a little closer here. But of course, if I'm closer, I can't see anything. And I can't tell if I am in line with what I need to be in line with here. Hold on. Yep, the fidgety part. The fiddly part. Lots of fiddling. There we go. Much better. Okay. Oh, but we're too close. Ooh, we're way too close. That actually should hang out the edge a little bit more. Okay. A little bit different on this side for some weird reason. I don't know why, but okay. Up and down on the bill camera is still a wish of mine. It would make things so much easier and save me a bunch of time. So I'm not constantly moving around my camera. Come on, be where I need you to be for once. You're going to be way too tight over there, aren't you? I'm going to have to custom the heck out of you. Why are you being freaking different? I have a feeling we need a poster in there. Oddly enough. You know what? Let's get rid of you for now. Then we can concentrate on you. Unfortunately, we're gonna, yeah, we know we need that in there because that's how we're phasing in. We know that we're at at least a similar level, although this one's way the hell off. Why are you so different? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It looks lined up there, so whatever. Phasing is gonna be a little bit different for. In this one, I think I know what I did wrong. I think I moved this one. Alright, now we'll just keep that in place. Now, we'll do this one, which gives us more leeway. There we go. Oh, this is where I needed to be, I think. Yeah, it does kind of change the look. Need to rest. All right, Wild Bear, take care. I gotta be getting going shortly. I gotta get some sleep. That might be it right there. I think I just was on I was on a wrong reference. But I think, no, you're gonna be too far out. Damn it. All right, we're closer. All right. Where's my center line? Right here. Alright, so I should probably be off of that line there, it looks like. Okay. But at least now I can, I'm not, I'm not popping, I can actually get a little bit better positioning here. Just by removing that other root panel. Why do I feel like I'm like constantly... Why is it like you now... I moved you in more, but now you're out more. What? What the hell is going on here? Right. Where are you supposed to be? You're going to need to be here somewhere. Center line on this side. Jesus God. Get your mind straight, bro. Alright. Now we're too close again. Go out to that one. And now we're going to go to the outer bit here, which is basically center. Which is, I have a feeling, where we're going to end up between the two blocks. Oh, right on. Breath of the Wild. We might have stumbled across luck. That looks good there. Similar. This one's a little bit more. Yeah, see, we're falling back. We're at the same reference, but we're falling back. I'm going to throw a poster in there. That's kind of, I think, why we're having a little bit of an issue here. I think we're phasing in a little bit more than we should be. Come on. There you go. Yep. All it took was the poster. That's pretty funny. All right, we're set up. Good. Now that we got all that, we should probably do a save. That looks pretty darn decent. Little discrepancies here and there, but I don't why it doesn't follow it. You know what? Hold on. This is important here. Let me get this one. Where's our line again? Our center line is here, and we are on that right there, right near it. Okay. John, have you been using the new build mechanic at all? You been in No Man's Sky at all lately? Oh, nice. Yeah, I've heard the Zelda games are great. I have not yet delved into them, but I hear they are very good. Alright, so now we at least have some video of what we did. And now, it's just a simple case of just closing everything up, right? Now you can hide your whole setup. yes, we are definitely, there's some stuff here that we have to take into consideration, but for the most part, and you could actually now, if you wanted to, this is where things would get a little bit tougher. Um, because I don't know, we'll test it out because we'll have a save, but, what I believe Wild Bear was saying earlier was, measuring with these short walls here, right? Which makes perfect sense. Um, but I always worry that I'm going to get caught in the screen and I cannot, and I won't be able to retrieve um, the part, if it doesn't fit properly. And yeah, I should have kept my my center point, my circle, and everything, but we did not. So now we're suffering and paying for it. But, again, we're just trying to make a quick little bid here, off of this, so I'm not too concerned about it. And, we could just take this floor panel here and create a new circle from it. I think we're at least, this is our center point from our circle, which I'm almost positive it is. So I could just take from that and we'll change colors and stuff. That'll help to make things look a little bit better as well. If we turn all this black, which I'm gonna gray black, then we can. Oh goodness, John. Yeah, that's yeah. I have GTA. Got a bunker. Got all kinds of stuff. Got the yacht. I haven't played in a bit. I think I put it. I think I jumped into it like 2-3 weeks ago for a little bit because I upgraded. Yeah, whenever I got my PlayStation 5, I upgraded to the PlayStation 5 version, and found it to be. Oh, and thank you for whoever just subscribed. 894. We're getting closer. We're getting there. 895. 105 more to go. And we're at the magic number of 1,000. All right. What do we think? I mean, this is for demo purposes, so you can kind of see. I think it looks freaking glorious, man. And not, now, I mean, again, just even the casing I'm figuring out right now, but I think we kind of got what we came for. The roofing's a little funky. There's something funky over here I'm not digging on. Something different. We can hide that. We can put stuff up there and freaking make it look different. I mean, I'm not really concerned about it. But I think I'm going to destroy the one up top now. The only thing, again, I wish I want to bend it out a little bit. I think the next one, but that's all hand placement, and it will not look the same. Unless I can, again, figure out. I think if I use the newer floor panels, we've got a lot more intersection lines, but I have to look at that. So now what we would try to do, yeah, that is freaking tight. Tight, 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 tight. If we change everything to gray, black, or black, it'll look a lot better too, because, it'll be more focused in on the actual screen portion of it. Get rid of the stuff in the middle there, obviously, all of our tether points. I'll delete the upper portion there, and, we'll go from there. But yeah, this is the extendo screen, and as far as I've been able to figure out to this point, but I haven't tried other reference, I haven't tried, other things yet. But at the moment, this seems to kind of be the extent of the curve, because as you start to widen out, you get the black line in between it. But I think for all intent and purpose today, and it's okay that there's some, it doesn't need to be symmetrical with everything. Like the stuff on the roof, that little bit of non-symmetry gives it some life. We can look into why it's not looking symmetrical. I mean, it's a hand-placed rooftop, so yeah, I'm going to understand. But I probably was off on a reference moment. Or right now, I'm not just, prospectively, I'm looking at it a little bit different. But also with the gray-black, that little discrepancy on the rooftop on the left-hand side from the middle, where we see that indent and we don't see it on the other side. If we change the color, it should be less evident. Or we put something over it. And you don't notice it at all. Yes, I see a couple of height things, but, once again, primarily, and I'm actually now wondering about maybe if I use the wall. Now we could short wall. Yeah, but see, the short walls, we can't really use a short wall to cover because it's too far forward. Although we might be, you know what? He might be right. I'm going to try it. We're going to save this, and then we're going to try something, because he's probably right. Wild Bear's probably right. And the more I'm looking at it, the more it makes sense. Just using our current short wall, so we have the same overhang up top as below, which would provide a little more depth again. But what I'm concerned about is the height. I don't think height-wise, I think the rooftop, if we use a short wall, is going to be either too high or too low, is my concern. And, you can change up the wall and everything else to fit your environment, be it stone or wood. Wood's going to be a little thinner. I can see that being kind of complicated, actually, to make a wooden casing around this. Stone's better. It's a little bit, a little thicker, a little more hideable for things. Oops, what the hell did I just drop? Hope nothing good. Oh, my controller. That's why I'm phantomly walking into a wall. But yeah, so if we were to, take a little bit of time here, and thankfully it looks like we have access to everything we need, so nothing's stuck at the moment. I am going to go save this, and then we're going to delete our upper screen, because now it just looks like half-ass. It's not bad. This is driving me nuts, but I couldn't get it to work any better for the current setup I had, of course. But now we know we make a full-on circle. Actually, I don't even think we need to. I think we just need to make the up to the last part, skipping the last part. I think the floors are the right, so we do that. John, it's a lot of fun too when you're playing multiplayer in a private lobby, so people aren't like waiting for you outside to gun you down. Yeah, that needs to be moved over. That one on the, yeah, that, why is that? Everything else is fine except for this one. Why? Oops. I just goofed myself a little bit, but not totally. Yeah, I did totally. Is it a center thing? Am I going to need to shift this over now? I don't think so. But yeah, and like playing in regular is, it can be a pain. You go into like, hey, I want to buy a new shirt, and then somebody's just waiting for people to come out, and then just to, throw a grenade at you or whatever. Um, but when I used to hang out with a crew of guys, and we used to have, and they changed the city a little bit on the PlayStation 5, I think, or something. Something changed because we used to have a spot where we'd go and hang out. Yeah, like the painting, the garages are a little different, I think. All right, that needs to tuck in a little bit more. Okay. Um, Aziz, light. Aziz, light. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, GTA. I got a weed farm, nip nip farm. It's a weed farm, unfortunately. Very not subtle. I like the subtlety of nip nip. Um, so here, this is just a question of um, getting your first one lined up, and then just kind of using all that. And again, since I'm doing it now, we have reference. It's yeah. I need to slide that way over. That's bizarre. Okay. I guess we're gonna come in. Where? Where's a reference mark for that? I don't have one. Crike. All right. Well, roughly where do you need to be? You need to be about here, which puts you on the left side a little bit. Really? No, that can't be. What is wrong? It should be where it should be. Something ain't right. Maybe it's the middle. I don't know. I can't tell. And again, it really depends on how picky you really want to be. You want to be ultra picky? Or do you want to be like, it looks good. Let's just deal with that, okay? That's better. Ain't perfect, but it's better. Yeah, I'd probably cover that with something. Director mode, okay, good to know. Now, if I can figure out a more snappable way to do the Jumbotron, I'd be stoked. Um, I would probably leave these all the way up until you're 100% satisfied. Like, I should probably leave those just to move the posters up. But again, for now, it's fine. I'm going to leave it. You can now, this would be the time where you would want to drop in a floor panel, one lower than where you are currently. From your bottom, from that short wall, you want to kind of drop this in here like so. Remove that short wall. Grab your flag. whichever one you choose. We'll go with this one just because it's interesting and wavy. And you might actually even want to go down 2 because, you know, it depends on what you want to do, you know, obviously. You know, I'm curious to see if I could take up the whole screen and have the motion go through, you know, as much as possible. So probably go down 2 short walls maybe. And, you know, trying to avoid as much as possible anything breaching, you know, an area. And, you know, again, you know, this is the experimental part. You know, you twist things around, find the right thing to kind of give you a, you know, that added little effect. And each one of these flags is actually a bit different, I've noticed. I mean, not just in design, but almost in their flappability. You know, you could hide that little bit, but, you know, and again, you know, go to the next one. 1, 2, move that over, grab your flag. Find where everything hangs out. Maybe where that one ends. There we go. Just get a little ripple over on that one. Carry it around. Grab the next one, and so on. And just for quickness, just kind of try and keep it rolling here. It might get a little too, and there's a couple flags you can actually change the color on, which is kind of neat. You know, it gives you, you know, another option for coloration. And one more to do. One. that in. Get rid of that. Copy that. Actually, probably should have kept that other floor panel in there. Thankfully, we can delete all this afterwards. Hopefully. Yeah, why not? We'll just move you. Might have to do some finagling there. Yeah, we need another floor panel in. Which is easier said than done. There we go. Oh. Wrong button. And I mean, it's a little much. I would probably trying to find a better way to go about this, if I'm to be honest. I don't 100% care for what it's doing at the moment, but you know, at least it's something. I'll probably take these out in a moment, but once I realize that there's something drastically wrong with it, I'll be like, oh yeah, no, that needs to go. That can't stay. Come on, don't fight it. Don't fight it. Oh, this is always funny. There we go. Alright. What's going on here? Oh, you're catching a lot of light from something. Okay. It'll look a little much, you know. But we could do, you know, I like what's going on with that over on the right-hand side. We should actually probably maybe turn and double up on, and the center's actually not too bad either. That lines up pretty good. But, you know, again, it just... Take care, John. Good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in. Hit me up sometime. We'll do some GTA or something. All right, that's pretty darn much it. I think. I think we've kind of figured this out. I mean, yeah, I think there's some subtleties we got to still deal with, but I think for the most part, you know, a lot of what we got done today is pretty freaking great. You know, I think there's some more potential. You know, we have an end screen here. We could do, you know, something more centered over the top of this. You know, try to utilize, and next time I think we'll try to do a double version based on what we've done. You know, for now we're just kind of hiding it and getting that, you know, the basic done. You know, we got to start basic and then, you know, move towards advanced. Um, I'm going to probably delete the flags, especially this first one. I don't like that one at all. And see how, like, we're already starting to change just by adding, just by adding a change of color. Now we can kind of blend in. You know, we could have gone gray black, but you know, whatever. Come on, come on, come on. Snap Point, the new building game in No Man's Sky. Can you get your part in under 10 Snap Point tries? Boom, better. And all it took was a whole bunch of color change. Something didn't look right there for a minute. I was like, wait a minute, are you the right color? Yes, you are. Okay. So, like, I like that little flet right there on the right hand. That I like. The rest of it's kind of too much. I think we've kind of gone a little overboard here. But just showing the fact that we can get in there like that is pretty darn cool. But I think for what we're doing right now, I think this is more than enough to kind of go, hey, we got it better than the one yesterday. Well, I would hope so. And there you have it. One extendo screen. And without all that crazy light on it. And I think we still need to, we're going to delete this one. Like, part of me doesn't want to because it's like, hey, here's the first bit you did. Here's the moment of, hey, this might actually work. To thinking about it like, okay, well, wait a minute, you know. Got these great reference points to work with. Alright, so we do have some basics here. I'm going to have to do some counting and whatever. But for now, just because I want to see it without a lot of clutter around it. Hey, what are you doing there? But see, now this is neat too. This also looks really neat. If we could get posters in here, right? You'd have a nice dual-sided kind of dealy going on. But unfortunately, one, we didn't think about that. And two, we'd have to start thinking of a new roofing system and whatnot. But now we've got a nice what the hell? Oh yeah, because I put it in a different spot. How about that? Instead of going where you should have gone, come on. I know there's a bunch of crap in there that's making you not want to do what I want you to do. Yeah, something's off with. Oh, so it's yeah, because okay. See, there's our angle. That that bit I was trying to kind of explain out early, like way in the beginning of the stream. So unfortunately, we have kind of a situation with that sort of thing. Now here we could just, this is where you start getting into your hiding. Okay, all right. But because of that severe angle, so we got curve, 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 and then bam, angle. So, but unfortunately, that's just due to, the size of the part to make the screen in comparison with the size of the floor in comparison with this and the other thing. Um, and again, how you decide to cut the whole thing off is up to you as well. If you want to make a room out of it or, how you want to go about doing all that, you'd have to figure out, obviously. Because you're going to get some funky stuff. You got a bunch of kind of, haphazard stuff in here that will work. You should be able to kind of work off of all of that. But this is where you find out, why is it so freaking whack? You're like, what the hell? Why is this thing so freaking whack? Alright, what happened happened there? What's different? What did I pull off of? Okay. Oh yeah, see, so that's our roof line, right? So, unfortunately, we're going to have to be dealing with, if we wanted to, we could go through and, put those blocks back and go, oh, okay, here's how we can make that work. But more than likely, you will be fighting your build more than you want to. But we could also attempt to see whether or not, those short walls might work on some level, to bring it up and whatnot. But, there's our spatial difference. So we got a little bit of a problem there. All right, folks, I am knackered. I must get some sleep. If I don't, I will continue to play all night long, which isn't a bad thing, but if I want to get work done and I got to work in my least favorite environment tomorrow. It's it's an hour drive just to, start the day, and then more time, going to different areas to grab, all the product that we need for the day. So it gets to be a little bit of a pain in the arse. Figure one last thing before we shut out here, just to see if we can kind of distract the eye from certain things. All right. There we go. That's a little better. All right, Skang, you smell too. You stinky. You're stinky. But, we can see here how we have some, finagling to do. But all in all, I think we achieved what we set out to achieve. At least 90%. Now I'm going to have to delete all that up there because it's going to drive me insane. Ugh. I hate that. Like, why did I just get kicked out of build camera? There should have been no reason for that to have happened. There are times I'm like not even really doing anything, and all of a sudden it's just like, yep, you're done. Hope you had your fun. I'm kicking you out of build camera right now. And again, this is where you start to see your discrepancies, right? But it's also a good way for you to go, okay, I need to do this now. How do I fix my discrepancy? Is there a way to fix it without having to tear the entire project apart to start over again? Come on. One last spot. One last spot. So you could even probably do another setup here. Ooh, neat. I have done one, but if you want to see a good, someone who has actually spent time doing spiral staircases, you want to check out DG Squared. He has done a ton of, spiral staircases, ton of staircase work. So I would really recommend checking out his channel. He's got a few tutorials on it, if I'm not mistaken. So if I were you, that's what I would do. Yep, we got some video of it. We know it existed. We need to save parts for, we need to save parts for the city. We can't be taking up too many parts in here, or we will not be able to add when we need them. Oh, hey, that's right. I had parts over there specifically to do what I just set up. And we'll call that good. And that at least looks like pretendo decent. Okay. We are good with that. Alrighty, y'all. I want to thank everybody for hanging out tonight. I do appreciate it. I don't think I'm going to be home early from work tomorrow. But if I am, I'll be back on doing some stuff. Although I think tomorrow night, if I am home at a decent hour, I'm going to do some Ratchet and Clank. I think we've seen enough screens for now. I think everyone would be more than happy for me to do something different. So until next time, this has been me, Kevin C. here at Action Pants Gaming, wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and starship grease. Get those action pants on, get out there, and start building some fun and wacky stuff. Take care.